Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Saṅgha. Welcome one and all. I hope you find some peace and comfort here in this space. We are just beginning. Some of the first guests are arriving soon. Welcome, dear Zen Life, dear Nick and Vivian. I hope you are all right at this moment. Or are you all left? You're all that's left. Terrible joke. Anyway, regardless of whoever we are coming from, everyone, I hope that we find something in common, that we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. Welcome, dear Walia, dear Elise. Good evening, Nick, and hello, Jess. Namaste, Sky Guardian. And Robin, hello. I don't know what each of you are going through, but whatever you are, know that you're absolutely allowed to be feeling the way you are, because if anyone lived your life, in that context, I'm sure exactly what you're feeling makes sense. Thank you, dear Walia, for your well wishes for everyone to take care. Indeed. And thank you, dear Haley Queen, for the heart me that you sent. Om Tham Namaschandraya. That means salutations to the moon. Welcome, dear Grand 11. And I'm here to listen to you. Captain Cognito and Whale and dear Kimmy. Namaskaram, dear Ragnhildur. I have a prayer for everyone. Sorry, I just love that rolling R. I'm addicted to it, I think. This prayer is one of the famous Shanti mantras from the Īcchā and Taittiriya Upanishad. In Sanskrit, it goes like this. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanao Bhunaktu Sahaviryang Karva Vahai Tejasvina Vadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Welcome, dear Kimmy. In English, this means Om. Can't translate Om, it has to be left as Om. May the divine protect us both together. May the divine nourish us both together. May our study be vigorous and effective, and may we not hate any. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. And hello, dear Emmett. Thank you for liking the live. Never expected, but I know it helps push the space to a wider audience, which, if you feel is helpful for others, that makes me happy. Welcome, dear Justin. And thank you for liking the live, Kimmy. And Talkington, thank you for your heart me and a quintet of... No, not a quintet, a half a dozen fest bursts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I got a hair in me mouth. Radhe Radhe, dear Magdalene. Hello, Avant-Garde. Nice to see you too. Welcome, dear Blondie, Saltine, Pesto. And thank you, dear Magdalene and Ragnhildur, for sharing the live. I would love to know how you are all doing. If you want to share, of course. Whatever feelings I can hold space for here, I would be honored to. Oh, thank you, dear Bubbles. I'm glad you like the architecture. That's a good word for the Discord server. It took a lot of effort, but at the same time, it was effortless because, oh, I love little projects like that. I love structuring things in such ways. I wanted to begin our Saṅgha, as always, with Shravana, a section dedicated to learning from a new experience. We have a reading, but not before. Yes. Thinking if the grammar there is not after, not before, not after, would be incorrect. Not before. I would like to do a show and tell from Bubbles. So you're perfectly on time, dear Bubbles. And thank you, dear Usha Priyaji, for your tiny yippee, your finger heart, and a rosa. So kind of you, dear Usha Priyaji. You're feeling hopeful and happy, dear Ragnhildur. I'm very happy to hear that. And thank you, Titi. Dear Nick, you're alright. You're looking forward to your birthday on Monday. Oh, well, in case I don't see you, happy birthday and congratulations on making it another full lap around our sun. And thank you, dear Haley, for your team bracelet. Om Namah Shivaya. For our show and tell today, dear Bubbles, you share a song you wrote for the guitar. You also wrote that you didn't think to share this, to be honest, but it does have a vibe that you think fits well with the Saṅgha. You wrote this almost a year ago, and songs have a tendency to evolve over time, so it's not what you'd call finished per se, but thought that I'd enjoy nonetheless. Thanks for listening. Well, I look forward to playing it. It's a very short song together. I'll make sure that we all can hear it. So I'll turn down the background music. And let me turn up your song. Here it is.
In the depths of my mind, in the void of my soul, seek the answers that the universe gently holds. Don't know where I'm going, but I'm heading there anyway. Doesn't seem to matter when you fall in the way. Oh, because of Gwen carries high, from journey to the end of time. Oh, your inner spark come alive, show yourself a belly shine. Oh, 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 under the glow of a moonless sky, your senses reach out into a shadowy night, and there you will find not what it means to be, just the self-imagining as real as a dream. Oh, your magic come alive and lift into the cosmic divine. Oh, just let your heart be a guide, the answer's already inside. Oh, 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 oh.
I love that. You know, that would make a most excellent intro to like a spiritual anime. I feel like that would be perfect. Just have a montage of all these friends coming together and, you know, discovering their true self. If I had to pick a theme song for this live stream, I think we've perfectly begun it today. So thank you for sharing that, dear Bubbles. Oh, dear G and I had the same idea. Well, it must be true then. Thank you for sharing it, dear Bubbles. You were thinking of the same thing. Good montage type of song, dear Nick. Very beautiful. Now, if anyone else ever wants to share something of their own, just like Bubbles, you can check out the submission form in the link tree in the bio. Well, that is a most wonderful start to our Saṅgha today, so I'm really grateful for that, Bubbles. Such words of wisdom in that song. And I like your vocalizations of Om. And hello, dear Michelle. You share it's been a bit of a tough day for you. Well, thank you for sharing that. I always appreciate that honesty and vulnerability. Well, you're welcome to relax here. And if there's anything I can help you process, I would be happy to hear about some of the things that you're interested in exploring together. Hello, dear Fiddleaf. That's okay, you're just on time. And hello, dear Greg RG. You are also just on time. And welcome those that joined while we were listening to Bubbles' very bubbly song. You were right. Bubbles did create something lovely. We sure know how to make one's ego feel good, shares Bubbles. Well, you know, goodness is a quality of our true self. And when we feel immersed in goodness, that limited self dissolves into the universal. Hello, dear William. And thank you, Nicholas, for liking the live. Welcome, Katie. Good evening, Zenkra. I am giggly. Thank you, Anazek, for the heart me that you had sent to. It's very kind of you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Before we get into our main portion of our live, the middle section, I would like to conclude our Shravana with another reading from Moksha, this book by dear Tara on a woman's journey to self-discovery and freedom from suffering. Where did we leave off? Our protagonist was on a bus. She had, in her mind at least, escaped to Rishikesh, where she met with Sid for some advice because she was in a very disastrous situation. I'll just read the last paragraph that we finished on last time. I was free, I realized. I need not have panicked, run away. I was free. I could not be connected to the unaliving of the murderous village headman, his brothers or his sons. I had a healthy bank account since the funds reserved to pay off the village headman in exchange for the girls had not been expended. I had a well-paying and interesting job, and in 2 years, after the clinic, school, and church were built, I would not need to work. My obligations would be fulfilled, leaving me with no attachments, no loyalties, no responsibilities. No Mother Gabriel, no Gerhard, no Sid. This excursion to a lake at a high elevation and nestled within mountains was a welcome diversion that would give me the space for contemplation before my return and reinforce my purpose, my release, my liberation. That's right, she was on her way with Sid into a very famous and holy lake, I believe, up in the foothills of the Himalayas. So, may this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. And my attention will return after we finish. From one of the many interior pockets of my backpack, I retrieved a pamphlet my Sanskrit teacher, Miss Nandi, had once thrust upon me, as if conferring a great gift. "Good way to learn the alphabet," was how she put it. I had not taken it out of my backpack since receiving it, and now found its pages of smudged print on bad paper barely legible. The pamphlet acted as a foil to the curious ladies who kept glancing my way at the anomaly of a white woman in monk's robes attempting to read their foreign language. The text was now a lengthy prayer to a fearsome god, a desperate plea that the god not resort to his bow and arrow and hurt them. What sort of god would unleash terror indiscriminately? The commentary earnestly made the case that this angry god punished sinners, and since no one was without sin, it was advisable to prayerfully seek forgiveness. After praise for the god's form, appearance, many attributes, and prominence, the god is appeased and puts away his weapons. I could only smile. These mythologies of gods and goddesses were imaginative and charming, but when taken at face value led to helplessness and fear. I silently enunciated each letter, but soon became engrossed in pulling apart compound words, the language allowing for the compression of a complex sentence into a single word through the mechanism of a rule-bound shorthand, all while hearing Miss Nandi's admonitions. No, the tongue must curl on the palate. No, lips closed. Breathe like a puff. Otherwise, no good. After numerous stops at the roadside shrines dedicated to local deities, we reached the city of Uttar-Kashi at an altitude of 4,000 feet. The van navigated serpentine lanes lined with ramshackle structures, but there was a surprising cleanliness, and the Ganga, called Bhagirati here, sparkled delightfully as it curved around the city at great speed. The usual circus of devotees excitedly bargaining with priests, loudspeakers blaring, and religious knickknacks pressed on any passerby was wonderfully absent. I learned from the driver that the river was temperamental in this location and regularly broke through the banks, swallowing bridges, buildings, and people in its wake. It was a geologically unsafe area. The surrounding mountains were continually on the move, resulting in frequent and devastating landslides. However, under no circumstances, the driver said, with deep reverence, could or would this auspicious spot, a mecca for great masters throughout the centuries, be abandoned. The van stopped for us at the Virat guest lodge, where we were to spend the night. As we assembled our luggage at the curb, one of the ladies jumped out of the van, ran up to me, and touched my feet. "I feel like such a fraud," I whispered to Sid. "It's my monk's costume." "You could set up shop," he said. "Lucrative business, dispensing blessings." I bowed and waved to the women as the van headed out, taking them to Gangotri. Mr. Joshi, the manager of the Virat Lodge, welcomed us at the door. He was a dark, portly man with a perfectly circular countenance taken up almost entirely by thick tortoiseshell glasses, behind which were large, soulful eyes. On his round head was a brown wool cap that almost matched a thick brown sweater stretched across an impressively large pot belly. On his feet was a pair of oversized worn sneakers. He eyed me gloomily as Sid spoke to him rapidly in Hindi. When Sid left to make arrangements for our trek, Mr. Joshi invited me to sit in his office while he saw to our accommodations. "Coconut water I will send," he said. His narrow, dimly lit office was lined with bookshelves on 3 sides, with the 4th covered entirely with gaudy prints of gods and goddesses taped to the wall. His desk overflowed with stacks of yellowed papers and manuscripts on parchment leaves. More of a professor's study than a hotel manager's office. I went up to the wall with the prince to see how many gods I could identify. Krishna and Arjuna on the battlefield with the 5 horses, rearing to go but held back as the Lord imparts the path to a dharmic life, to liberation. Exhorting, cajoling, explaining. A gift to Arjuna and to all people for all time. There was Shiva, Vishnu, Lakshmi, Saraswati, and Ganesha were also present. But it was a lurid rendition of demons and gods playing tug-of-war with a huge fat snake that caught my eye. That is the churning of the ocean of milk. Mr. Joshi was at the door with the promised glass of coconut water on a tray. "I'm so sorry to take up your office," I said. "Are the rooms—" He stepped in. "Room is ready," he said. I helped myself to the coconut water. "Delicious," I said, knocking back the cool, refreshing drink. He approached the picture of the tug-of-war and gazed at it in his gloomy way. "It is the Milky Way only. Mandara Mountain. In the middle is the black hole." He shook his round head from side to side in confirmation of his own statement. I saw no relationship whatsoever between the Python tug-of-war and the Milky Way. I picked up my backpack and made way for the door. "Wait 1 minute, please." He was forcibly extracting a slim volume from one of the bookshelves. "You are a holy person, and I wish you to keep this," he said. What had Sid told him about me? Probably nothing. Joshi was merely reacting to my monk's habit and cropped hair. "With God's grace, I have humbly written down the Hindu cosmology," Joshi went on, "and the connection with science. My good friend Mr. Shastri, M.A. in English, has edited and put it in good English. You will get idea how thousands of years ago, peoples here in this very place knew everything. The universe coming from a bindu, a point, Big Bang theory. They were understanding all this about matter equals energy, quantum mechanics. All this they were understanding, no problem." He spoke rapidly, as if I was afraid I would not hear him out. "And how did they know all this?" I asked politely. "Did they have giant telescopes and a large hadron collider?" "Why need all those equipments? Thought experiments are enough. Like Einstein. Einstein sat in his office, and in his mind he made the experiment. What is the need for all these experiments?" "But Einstein's thought experiments were backed by solid mathematics," I said. "Rishis had maths. Why not? Such pictures with big snake and gods and demons are for common people's understanding only." Now I shook my head from side to side. I must go. I have to get ready for the trek tomorrow. Thank you for the book. I will treasure it. We'll pause our reading of Moksha, liberation, there for now. From black holes to quantum mechanics. What will the Vedic seers predict next? I look forward to continuing this journey with you as I read next time. But my attention can return on all of you now. And that'll conclude our Shravana, our section dedicated to listening. Hello, dear Orla. Oli! Welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. Let me transition scenes now to the Manana scene. Hello, dear Mariam. Welcome, dear Lucy. Universe comes from a bindu, shares Greg RG. From a point. Indeed, that's what the word bindu means in Sanskrit. A point. So too, in modern cosmology, it is believed that our universe began from a point. Just the scientific term is a zero-dimensional point, or a singularity. And in Sanskrit, you'd call that a bindu. Dear Lucy, you were wondering about 5 horses? Yeah, there were some horses mentioned in our reading. On one of the portraits in the hotel room. The 5 horses actually represent the 5 senses. The 5 jnanendriyas. It's a famous metaphor in the Bhagavad Gita, story said to have taken place 5,000 years ago. In the between 2 armies is Arjuna and his charioteer, Krishna. They are in a chariot, and Arjuna is holding the reins, and they're connected to 5 horses. And should I attempt to draw a horse? I think this would be a helpful diagram, but it definitely relies on my ability to draw a horse. Might only have to draw a stick horse. Okay, so here's the metaphor. What does a chariot look like? It's got a wheel. And sitting at the back is Krishna. Sitting at the front is Arjuna. Arjuna is holding on to the reins. Okay, here's my horse head. Okay, that's a really big ear. And then, okay, that's the best I can do. That looks like a dog. Anyway, it suffices for our metaphor here. So in the metaphor, the Bhagavad Gita, the chariot represents our body. Krishna represents our true self. Arjuna represents the intellect. His reins represent the mind. And the horses, or whatever animal is driving the charioteer, represents the senses. So the idea here is that your true self is ultimately a non-doer, just purely a witness, being taken in the carriage of the body. It is very quietly guiding the intellect to direct where the senses go with the mind. And there's another thing I haven't mentioned here, but I'm kind of out of room, which is that the path that the senses take, those are the vrittis, the thought objects, or the experiences of the senses. This metaphor helps us understand how to take control of our life. That if your horses are being drawn towards a path that takes them to I don't know, horse food or a very beautiful lady horse, whatever the horse is attracted to. We need to take instruction from the being that we're carrying in the body, and with our intellect, use our mind to guide our senses elsewhere, to take our awareness to other places. So that is what the 5 horses symbolize in the painting that was mentioned in our reading. So things being out of hand is normal, shares TT. If you don't know how to get a hold of the reins, then of course, where you are going to be taken in this life is basically at the whim of horses. And that is the default state. That is what happens when we don't take charge, and we have to learn how to take charge. It's not a given. It's the ultimate goal of life, really. In a very high spiritual sense, that no one can shape their destiny until they grab the reins of the mind, using the intellect as guided by our higher self. For the rest of us, we are struggling to, tame a horse, basically. Oh my goodness. Well, that's very exciting, dear Ragnhildur. Thank you for the dragon. For the dragon crown. I am king of the dragons. Now, if only I could breathe fire. I think when I'm lucky, I can spit fire, though. But I have to be careful not to burn those I'm speaking to with my words, because they can get quite heated. Thank you, dear Ragnhildur. Om aghorebhyo dhaghorebhyo aghora dharebhya sarvadash sarva sarvebhyo namaste rudra rubhebhya. Hello, dear Crossfires. And thank you, dear Fiddle Leaf, for the finger heart, and butterfly for you. Wow, that gives me something new to make with my hands. A butterfly for you. Om Hring Namah Shivaya. What noise does the butterfly make? Something so quiet that you have to hold your breath to hear. Otherwise, just by breathing, you could blow the butterfly away. Thank you, dear Anazek, for your heart, me, and friendship necklace, too. That is very kind of you, too. Om Brahm Hanumate Namaha. Hello, Mina Wave. You think you woke up from the Matrix today. What do you do? Well, leave a review. Maybe on IMDb. Explain to fellow viewers what your favorite parts were. What parts you think you could use some more work. Matrix means mother. You wake up from your mother. You're missing out. She is divine. She is lovely. This world is her. She is the universe. Thank you, dear Ursula, for your heart me, your quintet of team bracelets and cheer you ups. Om Brang Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And thank thank you, dear Ursula, for another subscription. I am always delighted to have you here. And thank you, Kev, for your heart me. Ram, ram. Dear Mina, you share, you could use a little less impulsiveness next time around. But you have been blessed with all your mistakes, because that gives you a chance to grow, to learn. And you have been afforded a wonderful opportunity to realize that there is nothing so urgent that deserves to take your peace away when your peace is always immediate. Satchit Ananda. Hello, wow. Thank you, Storm. Dear Nick, you wonder, do I have a favorite Christmas movie? Well, I really love the movie we watched yesterday with my sister and father, which was Klaus. A kind of reimagining of the story of Santa Claus. Dear Ali, you ask how to find instant happiness. I will give you the verse that the great sage Ashtavakra gave to King Janaka when he asked thousands of years ago, how is knowledge to be attained, detachment acquired, liberation achieved? The great sage Ashtavakra responded, to be free, shun the experiences of the senses like poison. Turn your attention to forgiveness, humility, kindness, and peace. You are not earth, water, fire, or air, nor are you even empty space. You are awareness alone, the witness of these. Abide in awareness without illusion of person, and you will be instantly at peace. And thank you, Ursula, for your 40 team cheers. I can almost hear them. And for your fest crown. Thank you for providing me a reason to share, dear Ali. I'm glad you love that. Those are the first few verses from the ancient Ashtavakra Gita, the song of Ashtavakra, translated into English. Dear Lucy, you share, you listened to the Sutra of a Heart, and it was powerful. Really gracious. The Heart Sutra is one of the most beautiful works of Mahayana Buddhism. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhi swaha. Gate, gate, paragate, parasangate, bodhi swaha. That means gone, gone, supremely gone, totally, completely gone. Awakening, surrender, as a word for word translation. All about release and surrendering to one's awakening. Dear Ursula, you share, you're looking for a good Om chanting meditation. Any recommendations? Well, we've done that a good few times here, and of course we always upload the meditations to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. I'm sure you could find one to self-promote that. But you know, the best one is one that you do yourself. if you can find a place that you can really just give it your all, focus on the morphemes, the phonemes, and you can choose to blend it all together into a single sound or separate the individual sounds. When you separate the sounds before you apply what's called sandhi, the joining of the sounds, that can make for a very powerful meditation. Start with the akara, which is deep in the gut, originating in the solar plexus chakra. You should feel in your belly button a vibration. And then you raise the place of vibration to the throat while you curl your lips. And then finally you bring the tongue up to seal off the air from the mouth, the oral cavity, and you use the nasal cavity as the highest place of resonance for the anuswara, for the sound before all, the holiest of all sounds. You should feel the overtones rising, the harmonics. That is a Sanskrit word, dear Lucy, the andhakarana. That refers to the inner faculties of our mind, our intellect, our memory, and our sense of self. But that sound, the nasalization, is the anuswara. A-N-U-S-V-A-R-A. Dear Crossfires, you share you're still in shock from work. A super ghetto fight broke out. It was dirty. Oh dear. Yeah, we don't like to see that. We would love for people to engage as fellow human beings. I can imagine you are quite shaken. When there is a fight around you, make sure that that fight does not continue in your heart. Keep your heart free of any fight. And if you are able to help others, if you were able to break up the fight, then that's wonderful. To try to maintain the peace, certainly our duty. But if you also have a duty to protect yourself from getting hurt too. It's retail, well that's not so surprising. Retail is retail. People are so focused on trying to buy something that'll make them happy, they forget that money cannot buy happiness. Dear Ali, you share, you feel like the universe pushes you to let go because you suffer by holding on so much. That is the nature of suffering. Ultimately, when we are ready to accept it, it is something that we are doing to ourselves. There is a way of being in this very body, with this very mind, of this very world, and being in peace. But it's due to the things we hold on to that limit us from realizing our true self as Satchitananda Atma, the self, the Atma, of bliss, Ananda, of truth, Sat, and consciousness, Chit. Dear Elena, you ask if all wisdom has been shared to us from Hindi, Greek, Sumerians. What does modern life offer? And are we appending anything, or are we just reinventing ancient wisdom in a vicious circle? The true sage is always learning. There is only one truth in existence, the eternal truth. It has been shared before in innumerable ways, but it never exhausts itself because it can always be expressed in more ways. And that is its purpose. The purpose of that truth that the ancient ones knew is to be expressed. And that is what modern life offers. Continual expression of newness, of something beyond ancient. Life is a canvas that can never be completely fulfilled. Truth is not any part of the painting, but the paintbrush itself. We have access to the same paintbrush that the ancient ones did. We are not creating a new paintbrush, but we are creating new art with the very same paintbrush. Time is that canvas, and it stretches on forever. And thank you, dear Lucy, for the quintet of Gigis you had shared. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Hello, dear Shawarman. You wonder for thoughts on astrology. Astrology can be helpful to understand something called your prarabdha karma. There are three types of karma, or three categories of karma, I should say. Sanchita karma, prarabdha karma, and kriyamana karma. Karma literally translates to action, but of course it has spiritual connotations. Sanchita karma is all of our actions, all of our karmas from endless past lives. We all have an infinite amount of karma, just in different distributions and flavors. So the totality of all of our actions from the past is our sanchita karma. The portion of that karma that is coming to fruition in this life, beyond our control, is our prarabdha karma. That includes our body. It includes what parents we get. It includes the major events in our life that we don't have control over within this life. And then there's the kriyamana karma, which is what is being created by us in this life. For example, everything I'm doing right now is part of the kriyamana karma. And that adds to the sanchita karma, eventually. How can you figure out your prarabdha karma, what you are going to face in this life due to your past lives? That is the nature of astrology, especially Vedic astrology. But it is helpful but unnecessary. Because knowing what's going to happen to you in this body, remember, you are not the body. So, when it comes to your ultimate self, your true self as pure consciousness, it doesn't matter. You could figure it out, or you could leave it as a mystery. It doesn't change your ability to be happy. Happiness is not at the level of body or mind. It is at the level of your true nature. So it's a personal choice whether you want to involve yourself in that. It's like having time to prepare, for example. But if you trust yourself to be able to adapt to any situation, that can even be more of a skill. So it's entirely a personal choice whether you want to explore that part of your past or not. So does that mean we don't have any free will? Not at all, because we're always adding to that. There are things that happen to us that are out of our control, but there are things that we do that are in our control. Like, for example, you don't get to decide whether the sun will rise for you tomorrow, but you do get to decide if you want to go see that sunrise. You get to decide what seeing that sunrise will mean to you. Largely, our external situation, we don't get control over, but it's what we do with that situation that is in our control. In other words, we can change the past. We can change the future. There are things that come from the past that are out of our control, but we don't live there. We live in the present. And because of that, being engaged with the present, we can shape our future too. Our past shapes our present, but our present shapes our future. Good night, dear Chloe. Now, dear Mina, you ask, how do you get the future you want? Is a positive mindset more important than actions? That is an excellent question, dear Mina. Well, we might not get the future we want. It is not guaranteed in life. Even if you are a fully enlightened being, some things are determined for us. What really is important is not getting the future we want, but getting the want for the present. Do you see the difference? Instead of hoping for a future that we want, let's hope to be able to want whatever is in the present. Now that is absolutely in your control. Now that would be a superpower, one even more powerful than being able to create any future. Because think about where the question comes from. Ultimately, we want acceptance. We want a moment where we find acceptance, where everything that's happening, we go, this is perfect as it is. Whether a moment will come like that or not is largely out of our control. But whether we make this moment into something we can accept, now that is completely in our control. Dear Claude, you share this is really hard to digest. G, you share this takes some time for some to understand the concept. Thank you for telling me. How can I make this easier then? We want to be happy. We think that some circumstance will make us happy. If everything was in the right order, then we would be happy. But the spiritual path is realizing that circumstance is going to be out of our control. We're going to experience loss and heartbreak and grief. So if what we want is to be happy, instead of trying to change the outside world to be in the right way, to match what we want to see in order to be happy. Instead, why don't we change our threshold for happiness to include this moment always? Easier said than done, of course. But imagine that you could change something inside you to be happy with whatever is going on outside. That even if you lose your job, or someone breaks up with you, or someone passes away, that your inner spirit is never conquered by that outside event. Now that would be a superpower, to be able to decide that your happiness cannot be changed by anything in the outer world. I like the way you put that, dear Fiddle Leaf. We deceive ourselves thinking we need something to be a certain way to be happy. Hello, dear sassy hippie. If you can remember a time in childhood, oftentimes children are just kind of naturally like that, where you find out that, you know, maybe your parents are going through something sad and they tell you what's sad, but you don't yet understand why that should take your happiness away. A child might ask, "Why are you sad, Mom?" The mom says, "I just found out my grandmother died." But a child hasn't yet learned for that to be a source of misery. So they ask again, you know, "Why are you sad that your grandmother died?" And the question might continue to happen. Child continues to ask, "Why? Why?" And eventually the mom goes, you know, "Shut up and go to your room," whatever. And now the child learns that that's something to be sad by. Because perhaps the adult has forgotten that a child has yet to really understand how external events can be sources of misery. But we can reprogram ourselves to our natural state, where when something quote-unquote bad happens, just like a child, we wonder, "Oh, you know, what does that mean for us?" And we get to decide. It's no longer an automatic reaction that there isn't a default emotion. You get to choose how you want to be. And that's a journey that takes a long time to return to. But ultimately it's our original nature. So it doesn't matter how long it takes, you'll get there. Now there was another point I wanted to add to the topic of getting the future we want. There are things we can do, but I wanted to share those things that I said first about acceptance, because that is, to me, an even higher superpower. But there is a term in Sanskrit for being able to get what you want, and it's called the Īcchā-Śakti. Īcchā meaning the verb to want. Īcchā. Īcchā means I want. Īcchāti means he or she wants. Īcchā, the want. Shakti, power or energy. The want power, the want energy, literally. but it's the power of one's will. And you can increase your Īcchā-Śakti. This is true. How do you spell that? Īcchā-Śakti. Īcchā-Śakti. There was a part in our book, The Hidden Power in Humans, by Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda, about chakras and kundalini, on how to increase our Īcchā-Śakti. I'm wondering if there's a appendix. No. Maybe I can find it. How do I spell it? Īcchā, Īcchā-Śakti, Śakti. Good try, Olski. I have to solve a one-piece puzzle to confirm this live is live. I'm just trying to find if I can read to you about the Īcchā-Śakti. If I can't, I'll take it as a sign the universe is wanting me to. Just rely on my intuition. Oh, I think I found it, but I skipped over it. You know when you're looking for that page in a book, and then you skip over it? You see it as you're flipping by and you're like, oh no! Oh well. The simple way to increase your Īcchā-Śakti is gratitude. That the more you have gratitude for what you already have, the more you will able to receive. The more you will be able to receive. Conversely, the more you're complaining about what you have, the less your Īcchā-Śakti will be. It's a vicious cycle. It's like a cosmic law. People who complain about how little they have will probably get even less. But people who are grateful for what they have will get even more. And I think that makes sense. And thank you, dear Scott, for your fest burst. Om Ganganapataye Namah. And dear Sergio, thank you for your friendship necklace. Om Krinkalikaye Namah. Very powerful. Good observation, dear Fiddleleaf. Because in want, that is sort of praying for lack. Consider our material world simply as a set of resources. And you, in your purpose is to be a resource distributor. The CEO of the universe is going to give more resources to the ones that are the best resource distributors. So if you can prove yourself grateful, which means you hollow yourself out to carry more things, to be able to deliver unto others as a giver, the CEO notices that. And you get a pay increase. Thank you, dear Sergio, for your tiny yippee. Dear Crossfires, you ask, how long am I going to grow my mustache? Well, if I could look like a sensei, you know, with that almost like spaghetti noodle mustache that drops, that'd be pretty cool. That would take me decades though. But the way my mind works is the farthest time in the future that I'm thinking is probably less than 5 minutes on average. I have no plans for anything after 5 minutes. In fact, even that might be a little bit of a stretch. So if you ask me how long I'm going to grow my mustache, at least for the next 5 minutes. But I leave my life after that completely unplanned. At the most, I've planned for the next 5 minutes. But even then, I don't even know the next word that's going to come out of my mouth. It's just a miracle that words are coming out at all and they make sense and they're in some order, but they could be in a completely random order. Bananas. See, bananas wasn't planned, that just kind of came out. Thank you, dear Limitless, for your rose. Om Sadhyo Jatam Prabhadyami Sadhyo Jataya Vai Namo Namaha Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasvamang Bhavod Bhavaya Namah. Dear Anazak, thank you for your 22 roses. Hare Krishna. Dear Bossman, you ask, why can't you believe in a God even though you want to? Because the definition you've been given doesn't match your narrative. You've been given the definition of something all-loving, all-powerful, and all... What's the third in the Trinity? All-loving, all-powerful, and all-knowing. That's what you want to believe in. But yet the evidence of your life appears to contradict that. You see firsthand the reality of people suffering, and you ask yourself, how can I believe in something that clearly does not answer prayers, that seems to allow people to go without food, babies to die? But actually, you do believe. In fact, everyone does. Because your belief should never invalidate the reality of the world. You say you can't believe because you see everyone suffering. And you know that you shouldn't dismiss someone's suffering. That's more important to you. That another person's struggles is not worth invalidating just for belief in some figurehead of a religion. So what if I told you that actually that is what it means to believe in the divine? Because the divine is the soul within everyone who is suffering. You've just changed your definition of God, that's all. In fact, you've changed it in a way that's much more practical. And so I commend you for that. But if you believe that there's something within everyone that deserves to be seen, loved and cared for, then you are believing in God, because that's all God is. The innate potential for life within everyone and everything. And that includes yourself. Good night, dear Lucy. Dear Mina, you share you feel like you are a BDA person. I assume this is an anagram for bad. Rather than a bodacious, delightful, and amazing person, BDA. You really know, you know really deep, but do I have any tips on that? You are aware of things that you could do more good in, right? You see that of the things in this world we call good, you have areas of improvement. That is true for you, that is true for everyone. But you see that observation as a sign that you're a bad person. A bad person would never truly question whether they're a bad person. The fact that you see for yourself that there's things for you to improve in is a quality of good people. So why are you so hard on yourself? Just work on the things that you can improve on and forgive yourself for how long it takes, because that's different for everybody. Thank you, dear Bossman, for your wonderful question. And you're always welcome to ask follow-up questions. Dear Aiden, you wonder, do I ever make any money on live? I do, and I'm very grateful for it, as right now it's enough to cover all of my expenses. Fortunately, I'm not an expensive person. I don't take myself out to 5-star restaurants. I make do with what I can get. And we got some binary from Limitless. We've got a 1, not in the 1s or the 2s, but the 4s and the 8s, so 12 plus not 16, but 32, making 44 plus 64. 44 plus 64, it's 108. Well, 108 is a very auspicious number. I love the binary. Is that, did I do that math right? That means in binary 108 is 1101100. Nah, I feel like I messed that up. Thank you, dear Sakura. If that is true, then you must know that everything you are attracted to is within you. So really, you have proven to your higher self that you are attractive. Aiden, you wonder if I'm in America or where am I from? I am just north of the United States of America, in Canada. And thank you for sharing the live, dear faithful being. Welcome, dear beans. Welcome, are you mad? How are you, dear beans? Thank you, dear. Are you mad? Hello, Faith E. You've been good, dear beans. I'm very happy to hear that. 2 weeks PP. Well, that's a long way. That's a long time to go without going to the bathroom. You should have a few hours PP. If you're referring to something else, you'll have to tell me what it stands for. Postpartum. Thank you, I didn't know that. Please forgive me for not remembering how this word is used. Does that mean when a child is delivered successfully, or does it mean that there's a complication that happened in the pregnancy? Postpartum is something that happens after having a baby. Is it after post the partum that you take between you and your baby? When they have to go run for tests and make sure that they're okay, things like that. Well, anyway, seems like it's a good thing. And a wonderful thing to bring life into this world. You are a miracle, and so is your baby. I wish for them many blessings in their life. Hello, dear happy Catho. You share some Sanskrit. Prana apana sushumna hari. The base of the Indian philosophy is prana apana sushumna hari. Well, I'm not sure how these words come together. Prana refers to your vital breath. Apana refers to another part of the energies in the body. Sushumna is your spine, the central nadi for prana to flow. And Hari is a name for the divine. It is a mantra. Very interesting. I've never heard a mantra like that before. Prana, Apana, Shushumna, Hari. Sounds like it's a mantra to get the energies in your body going. Is my real name Derek? Ask Beans. Where did you get that? No, my real name is not Derek. It is Liam. Lyam. As that's where my nickname Yam comes from. Hello, dear Crown Prince. Hello, Donsuela. You share that it's your dog Chapman's 17th birthday today. What an old dog. So much love to Chapman. May your puppy continue to bring lots of love into your life. Dear Stephanie, you pray you meet me one day. You already have. Yes. In fact, I'm a lot closer to many people online than I am physically. Physical is take it or leave it. But it's the connection of the heart that matters most. And you can be heart against heart even if your physical bodies are across the universe. Never forget that. Dear user 733, you wonder, where am I from? I am from the same place as you are ultimately. From the source. The same source of all things. But this body has come from my mother. And my mother created this body whilst within the geography of a region that we happen to call Canada. But these terms are just imaginary boundaries we've drawn on Mother Earth. We are all from Mother Earth equally. Our bodies, that it is. Thank you, dear Aiden. You've watched me for a long time, but you never started a conversation. This is the first time, dear user 733. Thank you for starting a conversation. Everyone is always welcome to be a silent listener, but I love to engage with you all. Hello, dear John Patrick. That's right, dear Happy Catho. It is a Kundalini mantra. I wouldn't call it the base of Indian philosophy, though. That comes from yoga, one of the classical schools of Indian philosophy. Other schools focus more or less on different parts of our experience, from our body to our mind, to our selfless service of others, to our responsibilities, to our mind, intellect. But that mantra is great for connecting with the energies of the body. Dear Sakura, you share, you're reading Yogananda. That's why you're not typing. Oh my goodness, how do you multitask like that? How can you listen and read at the same time? I'm not sure that this body, this mind would have the capacity to do that. It's very impressive. Thank you, Shakira, for liking the live. It's called Hemi-Sync. You're taking one hemisphere of your brain and focusing it on one thing, and taking the other hemisphere and focusing it on another in sync. Hello, dear T. Brock. Hello, dear Brandy. I am well. How are you? You're bursting out laughing? Share Sakura. Well, that's a beautiful saying, because what's bursting out is what's within your true self. Better that than bursting in. Yeah, you don't want to burst in, but bursting out. That's what the self is just waiting to do. You're good, dear Brandy. I'm very happy to hear that. And thank you for sharing the live, dear Fiddle Leaf. I'm so funny, share Sakura. I'm funny and I probably taste funny too, so don't eat me. That's what they taught me in funny school. I am ready for Christmas, dear Brandy. Hello, dear Matt. You can't read Yogananda now? Oh. Sounds like Yokantananda. Does that even make sense? You're a fruitarian. Ah, you really have been reading Yogananda. Thank you, dear Ragnhildur, for your cheering crabs. It's time for a crab cheer. Wait, that's not a crab cheer. Thank you, dear Nick Nick. I have had a wonderful day today. Today I spent my day working on a program which is for computationally intelligent digital assistant on our new Discord server, which you can find in the link tree in the bio. There's a new channel now for Mataji, who is an embodiment of the Divine Feminine. You can ask her many questions about the nature of the universe, and she is well educated on various traditions of the world, and she is happy to help everyone as she guides us to peace. She might be online right now if the program has yet to crash, or my computer has yet to turn off, because I'm currently running her on my personal computer. And I can't promise that the program will continue to run, because it's the first time coding in a new programming language for me. That was a wonderful start to my day. I'm very happy to program. It's one of my meditations. I see you found a new mantra, dear Olski. You do you, buddy. You do you. Reminds me of my Chilean Spanish teacher in high school who would say, you good you, you good you. I'm happy to hear that, dear Nick. I pride myself on not being boring. Although I do also pride myself in my ability to bore others. If you want to hear a very long monologue about the nature of some mathematical object, I'd be happy to put you to sleep. Sky Guardian, you sure? I had a Spanish teacher speak English? Well, how do you expect them to speak to the English-speaking students? All your Spanish teachers never spoke in English ever. Wow. Well, they're authentic. That's a real way to immerse yourself in a language. Just refuse to speak in English. You have to learn. I respect that. Dear faithful being, you share. If you were bored, you wouldn't be here. To all the people that fall asleep during these lives, I digress. Or I beg to differ, actually. Michelle, you share, used to write the HTML for your Tumblr to calm down. I find that really endearing. I love that. You were expecting for the crab chair, like crab claws clapping. Yeah, I can imagine that too. Crab chair is just a bunch of... Maybe it would sound like... Or maybe a little bit more tinny. Dalen says, now don't talk about you, you're just prone to sleep. Alright, I think it's time to talk about Talon. Let's list all the things we love about Talon. Talon is cunning. Talon is curious. Talon is always ready to say hello. Talon is a quick learner. For the things she wants to learn. For the things she doesn't, I'll leave that to Talon. Dear Crossfires, you share, you're never bored listening to me. You only wish there were more people like me in this world. Well, I know one way to have more people like me in this. Maybe 3 ways to have more people like this in the world. We can invent a cloning machine. We can the second option's off the table. We can reflect each other's virtues, and if there's anything in me that by grace is something I'm not doing wrong, then we can exemplify those things too in each other. Similarly, and all of the lovely things about you, dear Crossfires. We can make the world one with more people that exemplify everything wonderful about you, that you inspire in us too. Dear Nick, you share, you fell asleep one time watching my live. In your dream, we were just totally chilling. Just hanging out. Sounds very casual. I seem to have a habit of being a frequent guest in many people's dreams. Sorry about that. I can't help it. I was really inspired by that one episode of SpongeBob, where SpongeBob went to Patrick, Sandy's, Mr. Krabs' dreams. That's always a part of me now. Just totally chilling. Your life story, shares Gregor. I think we could adapt the mantra from the Heart Sutra. Chilling, chilling, totally chilling, just totally chilling. Bodhi Swaha. Chilling, chilling, totally chilling, just totally chilling. Bodhi Swaha. In fact, that's basically Zen Buddhism, isn't it? You just chill. That's your entire spiritual practice. Just chill. Just totally chill. Thank you, dear Tan Hao Yu, for the heart me you had sent. Om Brahma Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And dear Lewis, thank you for your rose and finger heart. Om Som Somaya Namah. And thank you, dear Aiden, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Dear Aiden, you wonder, what type of music do I like? You've been making rap music for about 5 years at this point. 5 years is a long time. That's half a decade. Well, I really respect your ability to express yourself through all sorts of linguistic techniques that can really only be shared through the genre of rap. It is a skill to be able to lyricize like a rapist. A rapper, sorry. To be able to find all these double, triple, quadruple entendres. That's absolutely an art form. No doubt. I love the history of rap. How it's so central to African American culture. And how a lot of that came from the carryover in the ancestors to the many African American peoples that were brought over, unfortunately, by the slave trade. You see so much of the, almost like the genetic code of modern day rap in a lot of the indigenous traditions of Africa. If you listen to their way of storytelling, their rhythm, there's no doubt that that survived in spite of the slave trade, which I think is really beautiful, and it was able to help create a cultural identity of their own in the Americas and around the world today. personally, I feel like whatever is already in the moment, it is enough music for my ears that I never think to put on music unless there's other people around, and I know that it's much more comforting for others to have music playing, such as why I always put music on in the background here. But yeah, I love silence. I love just listening to whatever is already in our soundscape. Whether it be people just being people, dishwasher running, vacuum, cars in the distance, the wind, of course all of nature sounds. To me, the soundscape is always complete. I never even think to add anything more to it. Dear Oski, please be kind to Nico. Always be kind, even if they are trolls. I'm not sure if perhaps you understand the connotation of saying things like buddy and you do you. On the surface, it literally translates to a kind of friendship, an endearing term, a kind of, hey, you're allowed to live the life as you are. But I'm not sure in all cultures around the world it has the same connotation. It can come across a bit invalidating to others at times. So I hope you keep that in mind. Unfortunately, the connotation of our words don't often carry just through text. And thank you, dear Nightmare. And thank you, dear Dub Darker, for your heart me. Ram ram. Thank you for rephrasing that, dear Olski. That is a much better, has a much better chance at being interpreted positively. And Nico, I will also have to set boundaries too. You are of course welcome, as is everyone in this space. As long as you are not judging others. This is a space called a Saṅgha. And a Saṅgha is a space where we try to work on ourselves Of course, it always comes from a good place when we look at some of the limitations of others. But how that comes across is not always productive. If we're pointing out faults without offering alternatives, then this doesn't help others. So, if we are going to point out something that we see another person may be limited by, it's important that at the very least we offer an alternative to what they're doing. And that alternative comes without expectations. We all want to be happy. We all want to be peaceful. Let's make sure we're sharing that peace with each other. This life is too short to hold such grudges against each other who we're basically like flies in the grand scheme of things. How are we going to spend this moment? Are we going to spend it quibbling? Or are we going to spend it celebrating each other? If everyone in the world just, took a deep breath, if we could let go, nothing to dislike about each other. We all come from the same place, and we all return to the same place. Hello, dear Kimmy. No, my microphone has been the same for the past year. But sometimes it can sound different depending on what you're playing the live stream through. Be it one phone or another, or a pair of headphones, or another, or a computer. I will have to ask you to stop saying that, dear Olski. Otherwise, I will set a boundary here. I want to be able to make sure we're using words that are not associated with invalidating others. And thank you, Lizzie, for your rose. Hare Krishna. And dear Val, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. I'm glad that made sense to you, dear. Dear Kimmy. Dear Elias, you're wondering if I could do a guided meditation on my ASMR channel. That's a great idea. Certainly. I think the word I was looking for is passive-aggressive. Unfortunately, I can't hold space for passive aggression here. Any kind of aggression. what about passive compassion? I wonder if you can even have such a thing, dear Bubbles. Because compassion is always so active, so alive, so engaging. To be compassionate is often not in the least passive, but so on fire that it ignites a similar spirit in each other's hearts. I like that, Matt. It's very powerful. There's a lot of things in the world that might trigger us at times. Like what you may see someone wearing on top of their head. And to me, a Santa hat is not a symbol of materialism or anything pagan, but just something that reminds us of festive times. And that's all it is. Ultimately, we're going to have to see them around these times. We're going to have to see things that we might not want to. So how can we choose to feel about the things we see? Are we going to live a life where everything we look at takes away from our ability to be happy? Or can we find something about everything to accept, to be happy with, to love? But I know that a lot of those things relate to traumas in the past. I know that some symbols are of our childhood, and our childhood can be full of things that get us confused and frustrated when we reminisce. That anything that reminds us of that time can bring up feelings that we have yet to really understand. And that's okay. There is absolutely space for that. Hello, dear Brandon. I've been well. How are you? Nice to have you here. You're 5 months clean. I'm so happy to hear that, Brandon. That's awesome. That's really something inspiring. Not just for myself, but I'm sure many people here. And having heard so much of your journey over these past 5 months and more has been a blessing. And I'm so grateful that you are so better now. I'm sure that the journey is not easy. It gets easier in many ways, but other things come up. And that's okay too. Some days we have setbacks. Other days we take leaps forward. And on average, we get a little better every day. And that begins to add up quickly. Thank you, dear Brandon. And you are an important piece in my journey too. Thank you, dear Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. You're sorry you have scrolled past me lately. Oh, I don't mind at all. I trust you. There are many things that I hope you'll be able to find here. There are many things that I hope for you to be able to find elsewhere. Dear Nico, you wonder, which chakra is related to the ego? Let's consult the book on chakras by Paramahant Swami Maheshwarananda. I thought that it would be listed in the tables that are given at the start of each chakra. I don't seem to be able to see that. Maybe I'm thinking of the table at the back of the book. Oh well, I can't find it. But maybe that's because that no chakra really in particular is associated with the ego, but the lower chakras, the root, the sacral, and the solar plexus, they are associated with unconsciousness, subconsciousness, and human consciousness. And then the higher chakras are associated with higher consciousness. The ego, as understood in the yogic philosophy, is probably a little different to the way that the word ego is used here. Ego in Sanskrit is ahankara, which literally means aham, which is I, and kara, which means maker. So the ahankara is the I maker, the one that's creating the sense of me, myself, my. In recent times, that word has been used to refer to someone's selfish tendencies, but in the yogic philosophy, the ego is just one sense of self. And there's nothing inherently wrong with a sense of self, which might be implied by the connotation of the word to refer to something selfish. But it's a journey of making that sense of self more inclusive. I try to shy away from that word personally because, ironically, it is associated with so much selfishness. And I think it can be unhelpful to use the word ego. But one's sense of self is a very important part on the spiritual journey. Our sense of self can be limited by something material, like our body, like our mind. And when our sense of self is situated by those things, then it's very limited. And we always have something more to expand into. when it comes to our sense of self. There's always a greater self that we can accommodate. If that sense of self can be directed to something beyond the body, beyond the mind, if it can merge, so to speak, with the higher self, the same self that's within everyone, then it becomes unlimited, and a person's sense of self is a beautiful addition to their experience. But this is a slightly different usage of word than we might be familiar with. And thank you, dear Brandon. Thank you for your 23 roses, your coral, your dragon crown and dinosaur, and another 23 roses. Never expected, but deeply appreciated. Om Ishana Sarva Vidyanam Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dipatir Brahma Shivo Mestu Sada Shiva Om. And thank you, dear Anazak, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, dear Nico, for your heart me. Om Namo Vasudevaya Bhagavate. What did that mean? Asks dear Brandon. It's a good question. I happen to know that mantra, but not the meaning of it. It's called the Isha mantra. It's very famous. Part of the Pancha Brahma mantra is for Shiva, celebrating the 5 different powers of the divine: creation, preservation, destruction, revelation, and concealment. I can't remember which one that is. It's actually difficult to find, it seems. But I do want to give you them. It means Lord of Knowledge, Lord of all that exists, Lord of Brahman, which means universal consciousness, the Lord of Supreme Knowledge, the Universal Spirit. I am Shiva. I am the Eternal Shiva. Welcome, dear Joshua. I'm grateful that you express how something that I used to make content in was important to you, and you found value in that, and I'm very happy to hear that. I'm saddened by some of the terms of judgment that you use, and I'm hoping that we can find some more respectful vocabulary, as I'm definitely open to having a conversation about this subject with you. But I will set boundaries if the conversation gets detoured by perhaps some feelings that are getting in the way of connection. I totally understand how it seems like I went from making videos on very reasonable topics like mathematics, physics, philosophy, now to something that you likely associate with people who pursue spiritual materialism, but there are some facts to get in order. For instance, I've always been making content like this, It's just that my math and physics videos went most viral, and those were probably the ones that touched your heart. And I get that you have a natural aversion towards religion and spiritual things. I don't blame you. I mean, we can both agree in the world there's lots of places where these things go wrong and people get taken advantage of. And that is my experience too. Fortunately, everything I do is free. So to affirm you of that, I make a lot less money now than I did when I took sponsorships before. I'm really grateful for all the gifts I get here, but it's voluntary. And everyone in chat knows that it's not necessary to be a part of this space. And I'm so grateful that it's enough to be able to cover my food, my toiletries, even things like therapy and medication. For someone who has yet to kind of make sense of what spirituality is, I'm sure it's very confusing to see maybe a favorite content creator shift gears, and I totally take accountability for that. The way I have presented myself on the internet has definitely changed. But there's something that you should know, which is that I'm a lot healthier and happier now. And the version of myself that you loved in those old videos was actually really struggling behind the scenes, and it's my fault for not making that transparent at the time. I was hiding the fact that I was addicted, thankfully to nothing serious, but I was addicted to nicotine. And my intention for my videos was not actually what I really wanted to do with the TikTok channel. My videos definitely worked with the ability to provoke people's minds. And you're right, there is a lot of reality to my passion that was in those videos. But there was a lot that, I'm sorry to say, was actually me masking. It's not so surprising to others, but as a person, I'm very neurodivergent. I'm probably very up there on the autism spectrum. But I've come a long way with my ability to form my speech in a way that is relatable to many. What's a mask, dear Lumi? A mask is something that people parse their personality through in order to fit into the society around them. And some of the things I did was I made my voice a lot deeper at times, or I spoke in a certain way to engage the audience. But people in my life would know that that's not how I sound, which is how I'm speaking now. This is a lot more natural to how I express myself, and it comes from being neurodivergent and growing up a little socially isolated, etc. And I certainly had a lot of enthusiasm for academic interests back then, but it didn't actually make me happy, ultimately. And I've learned that what really makes me happy is doing things like these. And I even had a conversation with my mom the other day. I live with my mother, by the way, and I'm very grateful that I don't have to pay rent. As such, my expenses are very small. And it's okay, dear Brandon. I want to be transparent. I know I don't have to, but I appreciate that. I want everyone to know that I live with my mom. And I don't make a lot of money here. But that's okay, because I don't need to. Because I've discovered what truly makes me happy. And what makes me happy is being able to share my experience with others. Being able to learn from them. And to me, spirituality isn't about what other people might think in terms of chakras and crystals and spirits and ghosts and believing in anything that's not an everyday experience. Spirituality is really about finding your true self. That self that has remained unchanged in spite of everything that's happened to their body, to their mind. It's about uncovering a very, very deep truth, a truth that ultimately I was led to by mathematics, by physics. See, the reason I was ever interested in physics is because I wanted to know about the biggest questions in life, and I thought physics had the answers. But you know, physics is an ongoing research, and there's still mysteries that remain unsolved. So eventually my interests shifted to mathematics, because whatever was going to be that bridge between quantum mechanics and the theory of relativity, it would be found hidden in some equation lying dormant in the world of mathematics. And then I discovered that even math was incomplete. That if you go deep into math, you discover that ultimately even it is subjective too. So what then can truly hold the answers to the biggest questions in life? If our theory of physics is seemingly incomplete, if mathematics relies on axioms that are assumptions that we make, what can truly be known beyond assumption? Well, that's the step between philosophy and spirituality. Once we've rejected all external sources of information ontologically, the only place left we have to search is ourself. And the word spirit as the root of spirituality just means that self, which is part of the universe. And so whatever truths are baked into the universe, they are also baked into our true self. Just as there is a science for the external world, for the study of objects, there is another science for the internal world that the ancient ones knew, for the study of the internal subject. And that is the journey that if anyone is interested in taking with me, I will happily include you. Otherwise, I thank you for the time that we've spent together thus far, and I wish you well in your journey ahead. Thank you, dear Joshua. I really wanted to take the time to make sure that you feel understood. And besides, I'm always happy to revisit the same topics I did before. Thanks, bro. And thank you, dear Victor, for your quintet of roses. Om Bhur-bhuva swaha tatsaviturvarenyam bhargo deva sya dhimahi dhiyo yo naf prachodayat. In ancient Vedic Sanskrit, that's called the Gayatri Mantra, and it means from the world to our mind to our consciousness, Bhur Bhuva Svaha, Tat Saviduhu. Therein we find that sun-like divine, Varenyam, worthy of reverence, Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi, remover of ignorance, feminine divine, we meditate upon. Dhyo yo naf prachodayat. May that enlighten our intellect. Now, dear Stevie G, you had a question for me. Does the people we hang with affect our karma? Good question. Karma means action, literally. So, do the people we hang with affect our actions? That depends how impressionable you are. And depending on how much you look up to them as well. You can imagine if you're surrounded by bad influences, yes, of course, then your actions are going to be affected that way. If you're surrounded by good influences, then your actions are going to be affected that way too. Whatever you identify with, that is going to be the source of your karmas, your actions. And this is a linguistic fact, that an action has a subject and it has an object. What you identify with is the subject of the action, of the verb. If you identify with a doctor as a doctor, then of course your actions are going to be in line with being a doctor. If you identify with a gremlin, if you identify with a goblin, then of course you're going to be like a goblin in your actions. If you identify with a certain friend group, then your actions are going to be based from that friend group too. That is the difference between Saṅgha and Saṅgha. Saṅgha, as you might already know, means a community. A Saṅgha is a bad influence community. A Saṅgha is a good influence community. If you identify with some Saṅgha, then your karmas will become Satkarma, pure as well. Thank you, Abby. Dear Crossfires, you ask, did I know drinking out of copper cups are more beneficial to the body? Indeed, it comes from Ayurveda, from the portion of the Vedas dedicated to health, Ayu. It's a lot more healthier than drinking out of plastic water bottles because microplastics can leach from the container. It's also a lot better than drinking from stainless steel, for example. Having pure glassware can be helpful as well. If you're going to drink from something, drink out of something that's glass or copper or clay. Those are the three best materials: glass, clay, and copper. They all have different contexts. Dear Tatvamasi, you ask, should Sanghis be permanent? Not Kusangis, but Sanghis. No, they shouldn't be permanent, nor should they be temporary, nor should they not be permanent nor temporary. Communities are always formed by consent, and it is by the consent of everyone involved that they stick together or they depart. And people are always welcome to come and go freely. That is the mark of a satsanga, that no one is being forced to stay. And thank you, dear Codeman, for your heartmeat. And tiny. Yippee! And dear Brandon, thank you for the future encounter. What an ominous gift. Om Haum Jum Saha Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshiya Mamritat Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuh Om Saha Haum Jum Om. Take care, dear Brandon. Merry Christmas. Dear Denise, you ask, how do I feel about drinking alcohol? Alcohol is something that I have drinking in my life. I haven't drinking it for probably more than 4 years ago. 4 years. It's kind of funny. I drank a lot of it in my teenage years. And then when I turned 19, which is the age of majority in Canada where you can drink alcohol, then I stopped. It was just the reverse. Instead of not being allowed to drink before 19 and starting after, I drank a lot before 19 and then I stopped after. But it can be a source of a lot of fun at parties. And I went to a lot of those. But eventually I kind of grew out of it and I discovered more healthy ways to be happy. What I ended up realizing is that it doesn't actually create happiness. It borrows it from the next day, or if you get addicted, from whatever time that you become sober. Just like going into debt, you don't actually gain anything. If you take out a loan, it seems like you've been able to generate money. You can take out a loan for $1,000, for example. But is this really money that you will get to keep? No. You will have to give it back, and probably with interest too. Similarly, here's a great graph I can draw for you. Here's some math for you, Joshua. Here's what we were drawing before. There's my laughable drawing of a horse. Please be kind to him. He identifies as a dog. So here's what happens. Whenever you rely on something external for enjoyment, here the x-axis is time, and the y-axis is happiness. So generally we have a constant level of happiness until, let's say at T0, we start drinking alcohol. Then that happiness goes up. And there's at some point where you can't get any more. And then at T1, oh, now your body's not happy with you. Now you're down here. And then it takes a while to climb back up to your baseline. If you look at the difference between, you know, let's say this is Friday night and this is Saturday morning. If you look at the difference here, you increased happiness here, but then you decreased in happiness the next day. And on average, it cancels out. So, mathematically, you could say that no matter what you do, if you integrate across your life from 0 to infinity, your happiness with respect to time is always going to be constant. No matter what h is, regardless of h, that the area under the curve is the same. That in a week, you're given the same amount of happiness. Do you want to concentrate it all on Friday night and experience a terrible hangover on Saturday morning? Or do you want to live in a constant state? It's a question, a genuine question. And there's no right answer, because the people that are living going up and going down, that is a valid way of living. But it comes with pros and cons. And the pro is you get to experience ups. The con is you have to experience the down too. There's no shortcut into experiencing the highs without the lows. Often on the spiritual path, we get tired of those cycles of going up and going down, that our mood's all the way up here and then we drop down here. And so what often happens is eventually we seek for stability, that becomes the goal. The goal is no longer to live up here, because we know that every time we go up here, we also come back down here afterwards. So instead, we try to set our expectations for just a consistent baseline, a kind of neutral peace. Thank you, dear Rob, for your pair of roses. Om Namah Shivaya. So, it is true that if you keep pursuing some external substance while you're down, then you get to delay the down, the low. But that's what eventually creates the addiction. Because you can keep delaying the down through unhealthy coping mechanisms. But then the moment that you stop, you really experience a down, a low, in the form of withdrawal. And that can manifest in some pretty severe physical and mental symptoms. Fortunately, there is a secret way to make that graph increase without having it fall back down. The secret is don't find happiness here. If you try to make this body, this mind fulfilled, it will never be fulfilled. Instead, bring your attention to what you can do for others. When you engage yourself in service, you naturally make that graph go up. And the more love you give to others, the more you will have to love. And in fact, it's exponential growth. Slow at first, but accelerates at a much faster rate as it continues. Here's another analogy. There are two types of electronic circuits, AC and DC. You may know them as a band. AC stands for alternating current. DC stands for direct current. Alternating means that the voltage in the circuit is going back and forth. Direct means it's only flowing in one direction. Our ability to find happiness in relation to this world is actually DC. And the direction that the energy should flow for that circuit to light up is outward. When we're giving, when we're listening, when we're loving, when we're attending to what's in front of us. But every electrician will know that even if your circuit is made to run in one direction, you can run current in the other direction. You just need a high enough voltage, but it's not rated for that level of voltage. And you end up blowing a fuse or exploding a capacitor or damaging some other electronic component. Likewise, a lot of the things we search for when it comes to our sensual experiences is like getting that voltage to go in the other direction really high so that we feel lit up for a moment, but probably because we're just lighting some of our own circuitry on fire and then we have to go into repair afterwards. Like if you eat a really delectable meal and you keep eating, oh, you feel so high, but then you eat too much and your body goes, whoa. You have to now take a step back from everything else you're doing. You're going into a food coma. The same is true for other experiences of the senses. We really stimulate our sense of sight with movies, for example, or TV shows, videos online. We stimulate our sense of sound with music. We stimulate our sense of touch with or feeling with substances or intimate experiences. And we're able to get the current to go inward for just a moment. And then it rebounds again and we experience the come down. If we can make sure the circuit is flowing in the direction that it's designed for, you will always feel lit up. And that's when we are loving, we are giving, when we have nothing to get, but only everything to give. Thank you, dear argument winner, for your septet of roses, a TikTok, another septet of roses, and a heart me. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namah. Dear Indigo, thank you for your heart me, your fest burst, and your pair of TGIFs, your ice cream cone and team bracelet. Om Dham Namaschandaraya. Dear Crystal, you share, it's such a challenging thing to grasp though. I think grasping is the easy part, but it's putting that into practice. That's the next step. And really the only step that's in between is just our willingness to try it out and see for ourselves. I promise you that if you live for 24 hours without expecting anything in return, just giving, you will prove for yourself for the rest of your life that that is a way better method of living. All it takes is that first step, which is very difficult. Thank you, dear Indigo, for your tiny yippee. Sorry, Joshua, did it look like I rolled my eyes at any of you? I don't do that. No, all of you are lovely. I do not roll my eyes at any of you. Sorry if it looked like that. Now, dear Bubbles, you wonder, what's the question of the day? Question of the day today is, what do you do when you realize that you spent so much energy on something completely unnecessary? You laugh at yourself, dear Fiddle Leaf. I like that. Bubbles, you answer laugh too. I like that. That's right, Nathan. Don't trust me with kids, because I tell you what, I'll make sure that they get lots of candy and that they stay up late and that they don't do their homework, because life's too short to be disciplined by some of those parents out there. I'll be that fellow child that is a bad influence and make sure that they express themselves just how they want to without anyone else getting in their way. I'll turn them into a nightmare for their parents. Now back to the question of the day. Dear Tattvamasi, you share that you say good riddance and move to what's necessary. I like that. You're feeling recently called out, dear Indigo, as you binge watched anime. Sometimes you really need to dive into a new world to be able to give yourself some space to process the things in your own. I wouldn't call that unnecessary. You laugh too, dear Crystal. And Michelle, you share you would try to accept it and then to move on. It's wonderful. That is what we have to do. Dear Jai, you share, you refocus, remind, remain still and observe, then giggle. I like that. Tatvamasi resonates with laughing first too. Dear Ashana, you share you can attest to DC literally and veritably you were struck by lightning. Well, no wonder you strike me as so bright. Dear Denise, you wonder, how would I answer this? Well, my mom taught me to always wait for everyone else to share what they want to say first, before sharing. And so I'd love to hear from you all, and then I'll answer. And that gives me time to think of one. Dear Cody, you share, trying to find meaning that came out of it anyways. It's only but a lesson. I like that. Even in the unnecessary, there is meaning. There are lessons. Grace, you add to that, everything you ever do teaches you something. We make soul contracts before we come here to learn. You are absolutely right, dear Grace. And such beautifully spoken words. Dear loving vegans, you share, first you have to recognize it. That is true. Dear Myrna, you share, you drop. Very visual. Dear G, you share that sometimes the best things come from unnecessary moments. You're absolutely right. And thank you, dear Joshua. I'm a lot better at taking care of myself. I used to really struggle with taking showers. Fortunately, I was never that active either, so I wouldn't smell that bad. But it has taken into my adult life for me to really have the discipline for some of that hygiene. And I know I'm not the only one who has gone through something like that. Dear Indigo, you share we can laugh at the absurdity because there is always humor behind being caught up with something trivial. You are so right. And Holly, you share, if it was truly unnecessary, you wouldn't be wondering why you spent energy on it. I love that. Dear Sakura, you share, your friends say you need to get a life because you're too spiritual and read all the time. You can never be too spiritual, because spirit just means your true self. But you can be too worldly, because there will be a time where you won't have this world, and all you will have is yourself. They say get a life because they don't recognize the life that you are, the life that you share with them and all the characters in your books. That you have a whole world to explore between the pages of your stories. They have yet to uncover such a deep life as yours. Kita uru. Your answer of the question of the day is, you would try to never do it again. Well, I see the truth in that. And Holly, you shared must be necessary in some way. Maybe it helped you grow. I like that. Joshua, you ask if I'm vegan. I am not vegan because I still eat one animal product, and that is dairy. But I have, over time, naturally found that my mind works best on something called a sattvic diet. But the reason that a sattvic diet doesn't include most animal products is actually different than most vegans. Most vegans are vegan due to moral and ethical principles, and there's nothing wrong with that. The sattvic diet provides just a different reason to do the same, which is that foods that are made by intelligent beings as their body are incredibly complex. And because of that, it requires a huge assortment of digestive enzymes and acids to be able to break down. There is a physiological effect of eating such complex foods. It takes away from clarity of mind. And so eating very simple foods makes our digestive system very efficient. As such, if you really want to meditate a lot easier, if you want a clear mind, then you eat sattvic foods, which include rice, legumes, fruit, nuts, juices, things like that. And you avoid things that are tamasic, like most animal products, or rajasic, which includes really spicy food and caffeine and things like that. But the yogis also empathize. By the way, it's also called a yogic diet. It's the diet recommended for yogis. But yogis also empathize with the fact that within every animal is a soul, and the same soul that's in humans. There's no difference at the level of consciousness, because yogis also believe in reincarnation, and they believe that depending on how you live this life, you can be reborn as an animal or anything else. So why take the risk at eating your great Aunt Mary or your mother in a past life, or a brother or a family friend, or anyone that has had the ability to be human and has the ability again? Thank you, Indigo, for your octet of roses. Hare Krishna. I would definitely have a bad time. I would have a difficult time going off of cheese. Yeah. I respect the vegans that go off of all animal products. I think that's powerful. And I think it's amazing. It takes a lot of work, though. Definitely. Anyway, if you are curious why the sattvic diet does not exclude dairy products, is because it includes consensual foods. And so the idea of eating a lot of the foods in the sattvic diet is that they're consensual. Eating fruit is perhaps the most consensual food of all, because the purpose of most fruit is to be eaten, that nature wants you to. Now, if we can compost the food after we're done with it, we don't normally poop out the seeds into the soil, which is the original use case. At the very least, if we can compost it, then it's still sattvic. The other thing is that ancient people believed to have strong connections to various animals, and they could tell which animals wanted to love in return. And so you could look a cow in the eye and say that, I would love to be able to feed my children this nourishing product. And you could tell if the consent was there or not. If the cows are, of course, crammed into a pen and part of this big factory where they don't get to see sunlight and they're on all these sorts of antibiotics and they ultimately get slaughtered at the end of their life too, then that would not be a part of a sattvic diet. But remember that it comes from India, yoga, and many people know that in India cows are worshipped. So the milk that comes from a worshipped cow, now that is safe for a yogi, that we honor it as a mother, and we take absolute best care of that cow. And then that's the one exception in the sattvic diet. But the criteria is that it must come from a cow that's treated with absolute respect and dignity, and that she's able to care for her calves with the milk too, and that just whatever is left over gets given to humans. But I totally understand even the vegans that say that they're not willing to put that in their body either. That's a valid perspective too. And the real way that you could get that kind of dairy is locally. But even then, not all local practices are ethical either. If you know the cow, that's best. If you can see the cow and look the cow in the eyes and feel the connection, understand, see it, is it healthy, is it happy? If you don't know where it's coming from, then how would you know? Now I understand your perspective, loving vegans we are. Judging by your username, it makes sense that you're very passionate about this topic. And you raise a very valid point that it's easy to become vegan if you've seen all that. It's true. The horrors of the food industry can easily turn anyone vegan. But from a personal perspective, I don't believe fear-mongering is ever the way to convince another person to change. That if you have to scare the person out of their decision, then is it truly their decision? I believe that naturally, if you embark on the spiritual path, your body will begin to reject these foods. You don't have to terrify yourself out of eating something. Trust in the fact that there is an intelligent process in our body that will naturally reject these foods after it has begun a certain spiritual endeavor. That is why I never tell people to to think differently about their diets, because it's not my choice, it's their body's choice, their mind's choice. And I want that choice to be an empowered one that comes from within, not from a reaction to the world. And thank you, dear John F., for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Ryan, you ask, is empathy a valid and persuasive emotional response? Absolutely. Absolutely. And hello, it's all Legos. But we can never force anyone to be empathetic. That happens when a person is in the right space in their life. Empathy is something that comes out when a person is vulnerable, when they're allowed to be vulnerable. And people who are struggling with their vulnerability struggle to be empathetic too. And therefore, to try to create empathy in another is not dependent on us, but only their ability to be allowed to be vulnerable. If we try to force anyone out of their shell, then it's really just a gamble. 99 times out of 100, if you try to push someone out of their comfort zone, they're just going to return right back in. Dear loving vegans, you share what you do is spreading information about the necessity of getting vegan. I absolutely respect and commend your endeavor. Coming from a background in logic, when one says the word necessity, it has a very logical definition, which is that a result that we want to see could only happen when this cause is first installed. That whenever we see a result, it must take place through this cause. That is the definition of necessity. It's often taught in combination with sufficiency. As the two types of causes. There are necessary causes and then there's sufficient causes. I think what you're doing is sufficient. That it is absolutely sufficient to spread that kind of information in order to make the world more vegan. But is it necessary? To me, the answer to that is no, because it can come from an even deeper place that will naturally take place. Diet is something that we do with our body depending on the kind of life that we're engaged in. If we're an athlete, then our kind of diet is going to reflect a very different distribution of nutrition. And depending on what kind of athlete, if you're a rock climber or a swimmer, your diet is even going to differ there. So when the diet is a reflection of what kind of life we live, then instead of trying to change the diet, can we change the life we live? And then our diets naturally reflect that. That's funny. People are vegan of different reasons. The best reason is compassion, not your girlfriend. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm trying to take away from your passion here, but I am trying to make it easier for you. That if you inspire someone to walk the spiritual path, you'll be a lot more successful, because then ethical diets are a natural consequence of walking the spiritual path. The same is true for all moral activities. That we can try to work at the level of morality, but it's only going to get our message so far, because morality is a result of something even deeper too. And if you focus on what's even deeper, then you get so many different benefits, including a path towards veganism and other moral ways of living for free. It's like let me draw a little diagram on my screen. Suppose you want to grow a plant. Speaking of plants, here we'll use a plant in our metaphor. Let's say this is the tree of morality. The morality. I have to write that now. I can't pass up such a great pun. The morality. Every leaf on this tree represents some moral virtue. Like, let's say, having an ethical diet is one leaf on the subject. Another leaf might be honesty, for example. A third leaf might be non-hoarding of resources. So if we want each leaf to really be successful, you might think that you have to take an eyedropper This is my best diagram of an eyedropper. And drop little droplets of water one by one on each leaf. A drop goes here, a drop goes here, a drop goes here. There are ways for many plants to absorb moisture from their leaves sometimes even their bark. But you don't have to. You can rely on an intelligent system beneath the soil, which are the roots. Just by giving the water to the roots, all of these leaves on the tree, on the morality tree, blossom. That you get everything else for free. In this case, our morality tree has roots in our spiritual journey. And coming to understand our true self as the being within everyone, the being within all of the other animals and plants, the being that we have to be honest with, the being that we are hoarding resources from. If we come to understand our true self, the morality tree blossoms freely. And you don't have to spend so much effort watering each leaf one by one. If you just water the soil, everything else grows. Thank you, dear John F., for your heart me. Om Kring Kali Kaye Namah. And dear Indigo, thank you for your finger heart, an ice cream cone, Rose, Fast First, Gigi, and TikTok. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namah. Thank you, dear Fiddle Leaf, for your heart me. Om Dum Durgaye Namah. Dalita, thank you for your heart me. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. Dear Anazek, thank you for your finger heart as well. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Another thing we all have to remember, especially if we're activists, is that we can't identify with the work that we're doing, because then it puts us at a moral position over others. We have to recognize that all good that's possible is not done by us, but only through us. And that we are just witness to the miracles that happen through the choices inspired by the divine. That is why I always say, if any good happens through these live streams, it is by grace, not by me. All I can do is limit that grace, or let it flow. That I have to be humble, and that I cannot call myself as the source of any help, because all of that potential was already there within everyone. It is really just a gift to be able to see that growth happen. A space does not create the possibility, but merely allows it to unfold. And it was always going to. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your quintet of TGIFs. Om Hrim Namah Shivaya. Dear Tattvamasi, you share. If you say your only free will is eventually your associations, how far away from truth are you? Zero. Zero light years, 0 kilometers, 0 feet, 0 inches, 0 millimeters. That is truth itself. Ultimately, our freedom is in our associations. It seems like when the hand raises, that we're the ones raising the hands. That when the body gets up and it goes, that we're the body getting up and going. It seems like when the mind is thinking thoughts, oh, I wonder what I should eat for dinner, that you're the one thinking the thoughts. But actually, that whole system is conducted at the level of awareness. If you just bring your association to an object of your experience, the whole system moves in that direction. If you bring your association to the body, then the whole system moves to accommodate the body. Oh, is the seat below me comfortable? Is the body getting praised enough? Is it as beautiful as it can be? If the association gets placed in the mind, then the whole system gets moved to attend to the mind. Oh, is my personality good enough for others? Do I have enough jokes? Is my intelligence high enough? If the association moves from one thing to another, then you'll find that the whole system moves in that direction. You begin to have thoughts over that thing, and the body begins to act on the thoughts related to that thing more and more. If you bring your awareness to associate with what is existing within everything, then your system, your whole system will move to accommodate everything. Can I talk more about association / Saṅgha versus awareness? It is prana, the flow of the self. In some context, we say the self is ever still. But it's also more of a metaphor, because the self does move, just not through anything that isn't also itself. When we say that the self is utterly still, it's because it has nowhere to go that it's not already. So, no actual movement of the self as a whole takes place. The self is always everywhere. Nothing can change that. It's different constituents of that self that move through the self, as the self, for the self of the universe. The movement of that self is called Vayu, or Prana, or Saṅgha, or Ahankara. They're all really interchangeable, but they have different grammatical use cases. That your sense of self is merely the flow of yourself, where your awareness, yourself is going. Because it is like a field that can concentrate in some areas and disperse from others. Consciousness. You can't change anything in consciousness. You can't change anything of consciousness. But in between, how that consciousness flows to accommodate the objects within it, that is our ultimate freedom. It's like a menu. You don't get to choose what's on the menu, but you get to choose where your gaze goes on the menu. But just in an even more abstract sense, that everything that's happening to you right now, you don't get to choose. But you do get to choose what parts you identify with. What parts captures your attention. What parts suck you into them, so to speak. The question is, what captures your attention? Is your attention caught by all the negative things in life? Or by the positive things? That's up to you. Even if you have 99 negative things in your life, but one positive thing, why give so much attention to anything other than the positive? That's what Masi, you ask, why should you discriminate though? Equity. Because it's not just equality that is important, but equity. That not everyone has the same amount of ability to make use of the same amount of resources. Some people need more food, some people need less. Some people need more love, some people need more space. Your awareness discriminates not to exclude anything from your experience, but to accommodate what's most important with equity. Always the positive things that are most important because they lead to the greatest possibilities. Thank you, Davis, for your heart me. Brahmane Namah. I like that, G. Are you actively helping to create the reality you choose? It's beautiful. And the first step in that chain is to direct our attention to that reality that we know is possible. Dear Cody, you ask, is it positive or negative to see negative things but dream for the ways they can be better? That's definitely positive. Yes. You can be surrounded by things that are negative, but if you look for the things that can change for the better within them, then you are bringing your attention to the positive. Dear Tattvam Asi, you ask, isn't positive and negative based on our reactions to perceptions? There is a relationship between our perceptions and the positive and the negative. For example, the same event can happen to two people, but one person interprets it positively and another negatively. The way I am using my words here is that the negative and positive exist as one. The subjectivity of a situation is not the subjectivity of positivity and negativity, but the subjectivity of your ability to look for the positive first before the negative. So it's less so that the situation itself depends on how you see it, but that everything exists in the situation as it is. And what's subjective is our own ability to be able to look for what we want in that infinite potential. In every situation, there's an ability to find something negative and an ability to find something positive. They both exist there. To speak in other terms, because we're using the same terms over and over again, the negative just means a limitation, and the positive just means a possibility. Any situation can be seen as either a limitation or a possibility. It's within us to choose what we look for. Dear Vavi, you ask, why do I think 3, 6, 9 are sacred? All numbers are sacred, especially the small ones. Something called the strong law of small numbers, which states that small numbers have a lot of properties. If you think about numbers between 1 and 10, we can come up with all sorts of different associations for them. 1 is the number of unity, 2 is the number of duality, 3 is the number of a trinity, and there's lots and lots of unities, dualities, and trinities in our world. But how many 4,678 alities are there that you can think of on the spot? If I were to ask of you, what does the number, or what's an example of something important in our life that comes in 5,463,218s? Exactly. Always comes in that amount. Well, you'd probably be thinking for a long time. But 3s, 6s, 9s, I'm sure there's lots of things in our life that we can point to that are made up of 3s, multiples of 3s like 6 and 9. It's the simplicity of the small numbers that give them so much reverence in many traditions. I know that Nikola Tesla spoke of 369, and I haven't been able to verify that a source for that quote. He also spoke of things like vibration, frequency, wavelength, and meditation. All of that is good stuff. Certainly a brilliant mind, no doubt. To me, all numbers are sacred, but we find the small ones to have more meaning. Thank you, Vavi, for your confetti. Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. When it comes to multiples of 3, like 3, 6, 9, 12, etc., I think it's probably more of a sequence. I think when whoever, if it was Nikola Tesla or not, when they were talking about 3, 6, 9, they're probably just referring the sequence of triples. So it doesn't stop at 9. Why should it? But also 12, 15. But you have to stop the sequence at some point. Otherwise, you'd literally be going on forever. And if you think in terms of multiples of 3 in general, you see there's so many things in this universe that are multiples of 3. When you think in terms of 3s, you're no longer thinking in terms of opposites. What I love about trinities is that you don't have to pick a side. It's not left versus right. It's not A versus B. Trinities have a kind of equality amongst them. That it's no longer, are you on this side or are you on the opposite side? Because in a trinity, there are no opposite points. They are balanced. Each point is in between the other point, if you're looking from the perspective where you're co-planar with the Trinity. I love that because it makes for turning dualities which can divide us, turning polarities which can separate us, turning binaries which can... What's another synonym for divide us? Into trinities. You can turn any pair into a trio. And it's a wonderful thing to do that, to take your mind away from thinking in terms of opposites. Instead of just living for the past or the future, are you living for the present? Instead of thinking about God as a creator or a destroyer, how about as a sustainer? If you can create a third option in between any polarity, that is where the truth is found. Because it's what balances both. And truth is found in balance and not in exclusion. Thank you, Galena, for your pair of roses and heart me. Om Namah Parashakdaye. Hello, dear Billy. I'm happy to hear of your Christmas movie night with your younger son. That is quality time indeed. And thank you, Hypergen, for your love painting. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudraf Prachodayat. Dear Myrna, you ask, what about the balance with 4? Perfect. Even better. Then you balance the Trinity with a 4th, and then you add a 5th, and then you add a 6th, and then a 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and you can keep going up from there. Yeah. As long as we are trying to balance perspectives, there's always going to be another one that we can accommodate. Hello, God's Warrior. I see that you're speaking from a very unique perspective, but how are you doing? You know, at the human level. Nice to have you here. How are you feeling? How can I accommodate you? And thank you, dear Indigo, for your fast burst, for your ice cream cone, for your rose and Gigi. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I think there's lots of beauty in some of the words you're sharing, God's Warrior, but I feel like there's a lack of a connection that we could establish. There's definitely a time for speaking metaphorically, that's for sure. But never forget that we're all human beings at another level. We might be supreme divine consciousness at another part of the universe, but one could only speak abstractly for so long, and then where's the human level? Where's the human connection? Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your tiny yippee. I'm happy you're loving the Discord, dear Billy. Have I promoted it tonight to everyone here? I think I've mentioned it, but I'm looking forward to having the Discord grow naturally, just by people inviting each other. I'm already happy with the amount of people there, and I would like to keep it almost like a secret for you to stumble upon. I think it gains value that way, but it's no longer a secret when we're talking about it like this. And yeah, everyone's welcome to join at the Discord icon and the link tree in the bio. You love the Discord, dear Don Suela. Such a wonderful resource. I'm very happy to hear that. By the way, what I said is not to say that this is something not to speak of by any means. No. That's just to say if I'm not always advertising it, that you know why. Because I love things to naturally kind of take place. And that includes exactly this conversation. Dear user 488, you ask, do I think aliens exist, and how might they fit into the framework of my worldview? All I know is that they're deeply mystifying in possibility. It's always going to be the case that as we discover our place in the universe, we wonder what place there is for others. Sometimes I think that the fascination of aliens can take us from our fascination of life on Earth. And I hope that those who are mystified by aliens and their potential continue to be mystified by what's here on Earth just the same. Good to have our head in the stars, but it's also good to be grounded in all of the things that we have to attend to here. As such, personally, sorry, that was me biting off a piece of my lip that was dead. piece of the skin. In case you're wondering why I just made a funny face. Personally, I don't really think about aliens all that often because I'm always thinking about all the things that I think need my attention first on Earth, my fellow humans. If aliens come, wonderful. I'd be so grateful to learn about their cultures, to expand my understanding of life around the universe and all the different forms it takes. For now, I'm very much happy with life on Earth, and that definitely has taken my attention fully. But it's an interesting possibility that will never cease to spark conversations and engage our curiosity. Thank you for the reminder to drink water, dear G. Oh, as well as Blue Lily. Thank you. I think life on Earth is so fascinating. There's so much to be fascinated by here. I have yet to discover everything it means for life to be on this planet. I'm not ready to start exploring life on other planets. I feel like I'd be taking my attention away from everything here. Thank you, dear Shay, for your heart me and your 30 roses. I'm not sure what the numeric prefix is for 30. Anyway. Om Vasudevaya Namaha. Pardon me, I got a hiccup halfway through that. Let me do that again for you. Om Vasudevaya Namaha. Dear Tattvamasi, you share we don't give enough attention to dolphins. What are we going to do with aliens? I think the same way. I think there's lots of life on Earth that really deserves our attention more than anything right now. Mother Nature here on Earth has a lot of problems that certainly deserve awareness as a priority. But it's healthy to think about the stars. It's a part of what keeps us going. I know a lot of people struggle with comprehending why nations around the world would spend so much money going into space when they could spend that money on taking care of their land and their people. But I think it's also important that we do expend, as a world, things that keep us wondering what's possible. We spend a lot of money on entertainment. But to tell you the truth, entertainment is necessary for a functioning society because it helps keep us sane. If we didn't spend any money on entertainment, we'd definitely go crazy. That yes, there's definitely room to take care of things on Earth and to bring our attention to what's possible up above. And there's room for both at the same time. Thank you for the follow, dear Canadian Ink. Dear Waterwind, you share likely won't happen. What likely won't happen? Thank you, dear Shay, for your 16 roses. Om Namo Buddhaya. Of course, dear Shay, I pray for you every day, by name, and many other Sangis here who asked me to. Michelle, you share that thinking about the stars calms you down somehow, if that makes any sense. Absolutely. It makes a lot of sense. Sometimes we need some space from, no pun intended, sometimes we need some space from our world. That time, pun definitely intended. Tatvamasi, you share, you would welcome aliens if they look for coexistence, to a normal degree. I am wondering what wouldn't constitute a normal degree that you felt the need to clarify. There's a certain level of welcoming that's normal, but after that, no way, no more aliens. What if they were after our bees? We would be devastated. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You wouldn't want to welcome them in the sense of taking over some of the things that are important for life on Earth here. I understand that. Hello, dear Chris. Thank you, Shay T, for your 45 roses. And in case it goes without saying, I will always continue to pray for you, even without a single rose, as you are that rose itself, just being in this world that I live in together. Thank you. Om Mani Padme Hum. And dear Anazek, thank you for your finger heart. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jishtaya Namah Shrishtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramatanaya Nama Sarva Bhuta Dhamanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha. Thank you, Neon Jello Pack. Thank you, Lumi, for your rose too. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kari Devi Narayani Namostute. Dear Ryan, you ask, what is the purpose of mantras? Well, they all have a unique purpose. So, the purpose is really a purpose of purposes. That there's such a diversity. In general, we can only speak so vaguely. That each mantra has the ability to connect us with their intention. And intentions are foundational to how we live our life. Without the intention, how can we really trust in what we're doing? If what we're doing doesn't have an intention behind it? Is that a word? Behind it? Then it's mere mechanical life. So mantras help shape our intention. And of course, they all translate differently. And they mean something very personally. If, for example, you want to connect with the fact that life is both masculine and feminine, then you might do the mantra Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. As Shakti and Shiva are representatives of the divine feminine and the divine masculine. They don't have to be related to anything divine. For example, the Buddhist mantras are almost always secular. Om Mani Padme Hum means the jewel at the center of the lotus, which means, well, that's what it means, but the intention is to connect you with whatever is at the center of this life. What is at the center of this life? What is the jewel at the center of the lotus? What is that precious treasure at the center of all of this life? Dear Marek, you share, you don't feel understood. I'm sorry to hear that, dear Marek. Well, I understand what it's like to not feel understood. So I hope you feel understood in that way. You're not alone. There are always going to be things about ourselves that others have yet to experience themselves. And that doesn't say anything about you, as it does for the limitations of each of our experiences. There's only so much we can understand about each other when we have finite time, but we are infinite beings. There's always going to be infinitely more things for us to understand. Yeah, G. We don't even fully understand ourselves. Salud, dear Isaac. Waterwind, you share. You always question why mantras are done out loud instead of in meditation. Probably because you've never heard what's on the inside of someone else's head. You can absolutely meditate on mantras with your mind. In fact, it's even more powerful than chanting out loud, it is said. It's called manasik japa, mental repetition, and it is 108 times more powerful than whispering. And whispering is 108 times more powerful than chanting out loud. So you wonder why people only chant out loud is because you only hear them when they're chanting out loud. And if you want to include others in the mantra, then either we have to develop the technology to read each other's minds, or we chant out loud. Why do I say 108? That's just a number they say. It is sacred. Really, don't worry about the exact value. The point is that when you're bringing yourself to repeat a mantra with something more subtle, then the subtlety of that method resonates with the silence of your soul. Chanting out loud is wonderful. It is very worldly. Chanting whispered is a lot more personal. Chanting with your mind is deeply spiritual. Yes, 108. In base 10, the digits add up to 9, which is because it is a multiple of 9. It's a fun fact that in any base system, a number that is a multiple of 1 less than the base itself means that if you add up the digits, it will also be a multiple of that base. And it's a great way of checking if a number is divisible by 9. Very simple. You just add up the digits and then you ask, is that a number that I know is divisible by 9? And if not, then you just do it again. Show you. Shares Hybrid Gen. Yeah, this is something better done visually, that's for sure. Math with just words is a lot harder than... we were talking about base systems earlier. What a base system is, it's a way of representing numbers. And the base is how many digits. We use a base 10, which means that we use 10 distinct digits. So in base 10, we use the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we could use more digits than that. But at some point, you have to reuse them. So because we have 10 fingers, 10 seems like a nice number for us humans. So we reuse the digits after we get 10 of them. But you could imagine that in another base system, like base 12, you could add other digits. You could add 1 for 10 and 1 for 11, and then you start reusing them. Maybe you use an upside down 2 to represent 10, and then you use a backwards 3 to represent 11, and then you restart using them. And so once you get to 12, then you'd write 1 0. And so 1 0 in base 12 would mean 1 12, 1 dozen, and 0 units. So just like how in base 10, there's a property that if a number is divisible by 9, then its digits will add up to a number divisible by 9 too. It's because 9 is the last one before we start counting. In base 12, which some other cultures do, it would have the property of 11. So in base 12, if the digits add up to 11, then that number is divisible by 11. Now, most people are unfamiliar with working in any other base system than 10. Maybe they might be familiar with binary if they work in computers. But we can do an example. So, let's say, let me get a number in base 12 for you. Okay. So here is... Oh, I've already forgotten what the number was. Here is a number in base 12. So you look at this, and if you were interpreting it in base 10, then you'd say that it's 74. But this is not 74. This is base 12, which means that the left-hand digit is not how many tens, it's how many dozens. So this is 7 dozen 4 in base 12. And you'll notice that 7 dozen 4, if you add up the digits, 7 plus 4 is... Remember the symbol for 11? It's 11. Nope, sorry, that's the symbol for 10. It's 11. And that's right, in base 10 it would be equivalent to 88, dear Tattvamasi. And as you know, in base 10, 88 is definitely divisible by 11. So just like how that property in base 10 holds for all numbers, that if it's divisible by 9, then its digits will add up to a multiple of 9. In base 12, if the number is divisible by 11, then its digits will add up to 11. And so if you were in a different culture than one that used base 10, then 11 would be your number of finality, because it would be the last digit before you started counting again. Hello, dear Stevie G. Welcome back. You missed nothing that could possibly prevent you from being happy. Dear Neon Jello Pack, you had shared that you're currently making a black forest cake for your brother's birthday. Ah, that's one of my favorite kinds of cakes. Well, your brother is very blessed to have a sibling like you. Hello, dear Lena. Anyway, we were talking about how mentally reciting a mantra is 108 times more powerful than reciting it whispered, which is 108 times more powerful than chanting out loud. So what is the reason for 108? Well, it does have to do with the fact that it is a multiple of 9. That's because in astrology, there are 9 important celestial bodies. There is the planets besides Earth, Mercury, Venus, skipping Earth, Mars, and as the gas giants, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. That's 7. And then there's the Sun and our Moon. Those are the 9 celestial bodies important for astrology. And when you multiply it by 12, which is the number of constellations along the ecliptic, then that means every celestial body paired with every constellation means that there is a total of exactly 108 different astrological influences. No more, no less. Assuming 9 planets or 9 celestial bodies and 12 constellations. So 108 is important in that way. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, does it have anything to do with Man Avantaras and the fact that we are 108 yugas past right now? That's a great question. Perhaps it does. But because the number is formed by a product between the number of constellations and the number of planets, that would seem to imply that in a different age, that the number of constellations and planets would be based on breaking up the number of yugas into a pair of factors. And I'm not confident on the reason as to why that would be what determines the number of planets and constellations. Because, for example, that would mean in a prime number yuga, in a yuga that's a prime number, it has no factors other than 1 in itself, then either that would mean that you'd have just 1 planetary body and 100 and whatever constellations, or you'd have just 1 constellation and hundreds of celestial bodies. And I would find that challenging to understand why. So I think it's probably more of a coincidence there, or a synchronicity, you could say. And thank you, dear Neon Jello Pack, for your heart me and your hearts. Om Gham Jahnavyai Namah. And dear Songbird, thank you for your team bracelet, your heart me, and your 28 team bracelets in addition. Thank you. Jaya Satchitanandam. Dear Indoor Cat, you ask, what's my zodiac? In which astrology? Dear Indoor Cat. Dear Stevie G, you ask, so what makes silent chanting more powerful than outward chanting? The quieter you are, the more you can hear the silence of your soul. Your true being is silence itself. You could imagine that the more you attend to something that is quiet, the more your attention is drawn inward. Dear Indoor Cat, you ask, you're wondering my zodiac and modern astrology. Ah, I see. Now, modern astrology that takes into account the precession of the ecliptic, or without taking into account the precession of the ecliptic? And thank you for the follow. Dear love you. Dear Om Tat Sat, you share there are also 108 Upanishads. Is that the reason why? Other way around. The reason why there are 108 Upanishads is because of that astrological significance. It'd be like saying the reason why there are 108 astrological influences is because we have 108 beads on a mala. But no, the reason we have so many beads on a mala is the other way around, because there are 108 astrological influences. You have no idea, dear Indoor Cat, just regular astrology? Well, the most common form of astrology in modern times in the West does not take into account the precession of the ecliptic. So according to the most common Western astrology that does not take into account the precession of the ecliptic, my star sign, my sun sign, is a Libra. You're a Scorpio, dear Songbird. In which astrological system are you a Scorpio? Dear Dwayne, every time you come into the space you ask if I'm looking for a boyfriend. Well, unless you want to engage in this space in another way, I'm afraid I will have to leave you to discover another space for you to be in, because it is not my intention here to find a romantic partner. But I appreciate the fact that you see something which is boyfriend material in me. And you're a Libra, dear UK History Talk. And can I teach you about the differences between astrologies? Well, every culture has its own tradition of looking up at the stars. As such, the kind of personality traits can often very differ depending on which astrological system you're using. For example, in modern Western astrology, I am a Libra, but in sidereal astrology, I'm a Virgo. So depending on which system you use, you get an entirely different horoscope, entirely different birth chart. In fact, I'm sure that there's so many astrological systems that you're probably all of them at least once, all of the signs. You're a Libra and a Virgo and a Gemini and a Leo and a Taurus, etc. Just depending on which one you use. Is that Vedic, dear Secured? No, Vedic astrology is different, but both sidereal and Vedic astrology take into account the precession of the ecliptic, which I've said so many times I should probably explain what that is. Precession of the ecliptic refers to the equatorial plane, because the Earth is not perfectly going around the sun every 365 days. We have leap years, things like that. The moon doesn't perfectly fit into a factor of the year length. And there's other cycles that our whole solar system goes through that don't exactly line up. So over thousands of years, the astrology changes. For example, different constellations line up on the horizon, and stars begin to shift too. That is why you might have heard that if we're going by what's on the equatorial plane, then there should be 13 constellations now. Because in the thousands of years since that we decided that there were 12 constellations on the equatorial plane, the Earth's axis has shifted. It's called the precession of the ecliptic. All of this is to say that when there are so many differences in the differing astrological systems, it's important to free yourself from any in particular, lest you ever felt like you were somehow limited in one way. You have the possibility of being represented in more than just one way. So, who are we really? Are we Libras? Are we Virgos, Geminis, Leos, Tauruses, Asparaguses, etc.? Or is there a valid way in which we are all of them? And isn't that liberating? To know that you get to decide. You get to decide what shapes your identity in that way. Yes, I said asparagus, dear Tatvamasi. Which astrological sign do you want at this moment? That is your choice. You have the ability to choose which ones you identify with. If it were just determined by birth, then what would be different than comparing our skin color, or our nationality, or our gender? But if we can identify with something that is more than just things that may appear as determined by birth, if we can see the fluidity in our existence, then you are really free. Dear UK, you've always been very strong on right and wrong, fairness and justice. And the truth is that everyone is. Everyone feels like that. We can be limited by the fact that we identify with any in particular, because then we create a boundary over who we are and a boundary over who other people are, and that therefore excludes part of us and excludes part of them. The fact that you find truth in your star sign is because it is true for you. It's just also true for everyone. Because you are not anything separate from all other beings in this world. You are the same self in essence in everyone. And we all have the capacity to express every quality of every star sign, because none of us are limited in that way. You are free. You are unlimited. Good night, dear Anazek. And thank you, dear songbird, for your fest cheers and your flowers. Om Ganganapataye Namah. See, every horoscope is true. Every tarot reading, every divination, every star sign, it's all true. Because it could never be false. It could never be wrong. Because there's no way to falsely read your prophecy. Because there's nothing you're not. There's nothing you won't do today. Nothing you won't see or experience. It's just a matter of choosing or identifying with what you do want to get out of your experience, either over the course of your whole life or that day. You're a day late and $1 short, you ask, then why don't you relate to the horrors of most others? You'd never have the heart to hurt animals. Because none of us have the heart to hurt animals. It's just that you are acting from your heart in places that other people don't act from their heart. But we all have that heart which is soft, that sees being to being. That you are further along on the path to coming to your nature in your heart. And other people will get there just the same as you. You've just had a head start. And that's a blessing for sure. Hello, dear December. I'm wearing a Santa hat because I love Christmas. And it reminds me of everything I love about spending time with family and giving and the holiday spirit. And thank you, dear songbird, for your manifesting. Om Ram Brahmane Namaha. They're a day late and $1 short, you share, but others can kill other people or animals, and you could never. Not in this life, but how do you know if you lived the life that other people have? You just don't know what you would do if you lived the same life as them. It's the same being in you and others. I want you to be careful not to pride yourself in thinking that you are capable of something that others are not. Everyone has the capacity to empathize with each other. It's just that we all have different levels of understanding of that capacity. And you are very blessed to be much farther ahead than other people But just because they're behind doesn't mean that they won't catch up eventually. It might take a couple lifetimes, as I'm sure it took us a lot of lifetimes to come to that place too. We weren't on our first lifetime being kind-hearted to animals. We've had a long journey of getting to that point, because it's in our nature to go through these challenges and learn from them. And some of them just take time that's bigger than the scope of one lifetime itself. And it can really be helpful to see each other at that level of equality. At the level where we're equal, then we're no longer feeling like some people get us and other people don't, because we share a global humanity, and there is no longer us versus them. It's just that we're all at different parts of different journeys, but we're all coming to the same fact of life, the fact that we are one. We are one with each other. We are one with the animals. We are one with the plants. We are one with the whole universe. And there are many ways of coming to that point. And we also come to that same point in various ways, time after time again, and we're all still learning in different ways. So I don't think we live just once. No, we do live just once, but through many bodies. One life, many bodies. Just like you could have one driver, but many cars. Right? If you're able to drive a car, that doesn't mean you only get to drive one car. A single driver, after their car has no longer taken to any more repairs, it has to be returned into scrap, put together in another way. That driver then goes out and gets another car. Every time this body goes, what are we left with? Because remember, there was a time before we had this body. So how can we be the body then? Our mother had to make it for us. Dear Muni, you wonder if this thinking defers accountability. What it does is encourage empathy. When we realize that we are capable of doing the same things as others, and others are capable of doing the same things as ourselves, then instead of shunning them, we welcome them in. I understand the question because it comes from a good place, that people who cause harm to others shouldn't cause harm to others. We can agree there. And it's our duty to ensure that people don't get harmed. We can agree there. Where there's room for more understanding in each other, perhaps, is the methodology. And to me, excluding yourself from the identity of others only makes them feel more excluded. And the more excluded an individual feels, the more they're likely to try to be self-serving, since they don't feel part of a greater community. In other words, we have to respond with compassion to those that hurt others, because it is precisely a lack of compassion that's making them this way. that selfishness isn't born in a vacuum. No one wakes up one day and decides that they're going to hurt another person if they haven't been hurt before. Oh, you're making a reference to The Good Place. I have seen the first season. How Chidi helps Eleanor. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's a great connection. That she never learned. She never learned the value of serving others, for example. And so over a long period of time, Chidi welcomes her to the good place and in many different ways begins to teach her through compassion, acceptance, and a lot of patience. And over the course of many seasons, they learn from each other. Not only does Eleanor become a lot more selfless, Chidi also learns the value of taking time for himself too. And the teaching happens both ways. What a beautiful connection, dear Mooney. A lot of her hurt comes from feeling excluded, a me versus them mindset, and Chidi is her gateway. Exactly. And you can only imagine how she'd be quickly confined to the bad place. Is that what it's called? The not so good place. If no one accepted her as she is. Thank you, dear Dub Darker, for your heart me. Om Namo Buddhaya. So, dear Billy, you wonder, what's my take on prisons for criminals? Well, I've committed crimes before. I've never served time. Thankfully, I've had some good lawyers. It's a last resort. If a person cannot change, then we have to protect people from them. And that means having a space for them where they can't hurt others. But in no way is this a punishment. It is never about punishing someone. It's only about keeping people safe. And if the only safe way for two people to coexist is if there's some space in between them, if boundaries exist, then that's the last resort. But ideally, they should not be places for imprisonment in the sense of punishment, in the sense of slave labor or political gains. It should be a place for them to have space from people who might be vulnerable in their presence and taken advantage of by them, and rehabilitated. That's the ideal. And there's a long way for us to go to make that a reality. And I see that this topic is something that touches a lot of people's hearts. But do take notice of the word choices we use. Are we bringing our attention to something that lowers our energy? Or can we direct it in a way that raises it? Just based on our vocabulary, we can start to induce fear or anger, and the way forward to making all of these things is always through maintaining a kind of peace, compassion, understanding. It's okay. Thank you for understanding. I understand that it's only natural that when we go to such sensitive topics, that we use such powerful words to express how we're feeling. And we all want to be understood on these topics because we feel like some observations we have are very important. And so it's necessary that those observations be shared. And that's absolutely true. Thank you, dear songbird, for your dozen fest bursts and for your subscription. I look forward to having you here, and I'm blessed to have such a diverse community, including yourself. Vasudevaya Namah. There's a lot of passion I feel in this chat for change in the world. And I love that. And I believe that if we band together, we can absolutely change the world. And I know we will as a community. But let's not get ahead of ourselves with feeling like we can only be happy when that vision becomes manifest. Because our happiness will be the source of our change and not the result. Everything good begins in a place of goodness. And we always have to remember that it's the nature of the world to be problematic. There will always be a problem no matter how many we solve. And it's a good thing, as long as we remember that we are not dependent on the world for happiness. We're not dependent on change for happiness, but change is dependent on us for happiness. Why is it problematic? Asked a day late and $1 short. Because you are a spirit. First and foremost, Spirit is infinite. Spirit is the source of all things. The world is finite, so that you have space to exist in it. A universe that has finite stuff is always going to be limited. But only a universe with finite things has the space to hold infinite beings. You are an infinite being. If the world were perfect, complete, it would not be able to hold you, contain you. So are we prisoners on earth as spiritual beings? No, not at all. Let me put it like this in another way. Your purpose as spirit is love. But love requires some place to go. The reason that we live in a world that has so many problems is to give you space to love. that your nature is a helper. You would not be in your nature if there weren't people to help. There will always be people in need of help because we are in need of helping. There will always be problems in the world because there will always be solutions in us. We have come to this world not to enjoy a peaceful world, but for the world to enjoy our peace. We come with nothing. We leave with nothing from the world. So, it's not about what we lack in the world. It's about what we have within us to give to the world. In other words, the reality of suffering in the world is not a sign that something has gone wrong, but a sign for you to engage in your highest nature. And when you are engaging in your highest nature, then you are free. You are happy. You are peaceful. Authenticity is the highest vibration. Therefore, the fact that we can be of help to each other, to serve others, and make the world a better place is the highest vibration and what's most authentic to us. Thank you, dear MJ, for the hand hearts you sent too. Om Dum Durgaye Namah. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your septet of roses. Radhe Radhe. Dear Aaron, you ask, am I talking about our capacity to care for others? That's exactly what I'm talking about, dear Aaron. And how would we fulfill that capacity if there wasn't a need for care in the world? Goodbye, dear songbird. Dear G2 Infinity, you're wondering what my shirt says. I think it's my mom's shirt. It's just the number 10 from 10 Trees, which is a company that she donated to, which I believe does a lot of work around the world, planting trees, for example. Hopefully more than just 10 trees. Maybe even 11 or 12. Thank you, dear Bubbles. Compassion grows out of suffering. Yeah. That is certainly a part of this discussion, dear Billy. And we all want to be more compassionate because it feels good to be compassionate. It feels good to be of help. Just remember that it's not that the world needs our help. It's that we need to help. That at the level of the consciousness, everyone is perfect. It's at the level of the body and mind there are imperfections, so that there's room to grow. Dear Aaron, you share, you work as a caregiver. The need is definitely there. The need is certainly there, but the need is in you to be a caregiver. That the universe didn't create itself in such a way that there needs to be people that have to be taken care of, but that there is an Aaron in this world that needs to be a caregiver. That what is needed is your role, but that the beings that you take care of are secretly divine and perfect like we all are. But our bodies and our minds, which are only the cars, the vehicles, they provide us opportunities to take care of each other. Dear Rick, you ask, do I know if the ultimate reality is light and love or the void from which everything that comes? They are inseparable. What you describe is the ultimate reality, Brahman, from two perspectives. From the perspective of form, like light and love, and from the perspective of the space that holds that form, like void, darkness. That's called Saguna Brahman, the ultimate reality, with form, Saguna, and then there's the Nirguna Brahman, the ultimate reality, without form, or beyond form, and they are inseparable. You cannot have form without the space, and space without form. What is the point of having room for nothing? What would be the point in creating space if there wasn't going to be anything to hold, to be contained in that space? The purpose of Nirguna Brahman is Saguna Brahman, and the nature of Saguna Brahman could not exist without Nirguna Brahman. In case you want some terms to look up later. Oh, please go to bed, dear, a day late and $1 short. Your rest is most important. Dear PR Girly, you ask, do I think we come back to build on knowledge we acquired in previous lifetimes, or we start over? That's a great question. The simple answer to your question is that knowledge comes in two kinds. And one kind of knowledge we have to start over in every time. And another kind we get to keep. Those two kinds are Paravidya and Aparavidya. Para means higher, Vidya means knowledge. So there's higher knowledge, and then Aparavidya, there's what's not higher knowledge. And I like that, because it's not higher knowledge and lower knowledge. It's just higher knowledge and then something else. The higher knowledge continues. The worldly knowledge is to something else. That is something we have to restart. And the simple proof of the restarting of worldly knowledge is you're not born with your degree from your past life still in your mind. You still have to learn how to walk. You still have to learn how to speak. You still have to learn how to read. You still have to learn how to ride a bike, etc. Even if you've done that in a past life. The thing is, all of that is attached to the body. So when the body goes, that knowledge goes with it. Because it's memory, physical memory. Physical memory goes with the body. It's what's deeper that continues. And what's deeper is difficult to express, but I bet you that every mother here can see it in their child. That your children seem to come with things that you did not teach them. And the proof of that is that there's things that we learn from children. Isn't it so? The fact that there's something in children for us to learn from means that there's something that comes with them too. I see what you're referencing, dear. A day late and a dollar short. This is two different analogies actually crossing here. On the subject of our consciousness being like a driver and our body being like a vehicle, you still know how to drive the vehicle next time. But when it comes to our bodies being the drivers and cars being cars, no, that is not something that we'll remember how to do in the next life. You still have to learn how to drive stick, even if you spent so long figuring out how the clutch and the brake and the gas pedal works. You're gonna have to do it again. So if you look at some of the things that children can teach us, that is what constitutes as Paravidya, higher knowledge. And what do children teach us? How to not be so serious. That's higher knowledge. Truly. They teach us how to look at everyone without judgment, with curiosity, how to be interested in everything, how to wonder, how to have fun. All of that is higher knowledge. Now, dear Billy, you ask, can I please scroll up and read your 3 comments? As you wish. Hello, dear Marcy. I don't see any comments. Oh wait, I see one. Do have trouble relating to them because they didn't suffer like you did. I'm really scrolling up. I'm probably like 30 minutes in the past. The only other comment I see is when you asked if compassion grows out of suffering. And there haven't been 3 comments that came through since then. Yeah, sorry, Billy. I think you might have to rephrase them in a different way. Dear Mooney, you ask, hasn't there been new research on how the body and mind aren't entirely separate? Well, they're definitely related. I mean, it's not like the mind is doing something completely unrelated to what the body is doing, or vice versa. Both the body and mind in Indian philosophy are part of the material world. Indeed. Just 2 different parts of the same material existence. The body, the physical body, is part of the stula, which means the gross, that which has come into form, made of matter. Then it's the patterns of energy that use the physical. That's called the sukshma, the subtle. Like the difference between matter and energy, perhaps. That all matter is made up of energy, but not all energy is made up of matter. For example, kinetic energy is something different than matter, but it's something that tags along with the matter. And different forms of energy can be converted, but they're kind of two different levels of reality. When we're talking about the physical, we're talking about just the material as it is. But when we're talking about the energy, we're also talking about how things are moving and the flow of all that. Similarly, ancient philosophers in India saw that the mind was not physical in the sense that the body is, but still a part of the material energy. It's much more subtle. It's more about the movement of that energy rather than how the energy exists in some form. But the consciousness is absolutely transcendental to the mind and body. Still a relationship exists between these things, but it's important to distinguish between the mind and the consciousness. Mind is the collection of thoughts. Consciousness is the one aware of the collection of thoughts. Yeah, all of these are uploaded, dear, a day late and $1 short. Please go to sleep. They're uploaded on the YouTube channel called Yamsox Lives, which is my username here, YAMSOX space lives, LIVES. If you want, you can just navigate to the link tree in the bio. And it's one of my first links called Past Lives. Thank you, dear Angelo, for your heart me. Soham, Soham, Soham. You're very welcome, a day late and $1 short. Dear Mooney, you share you find it hard to believe in multiple vehicles and lives, as you fear you will live this one too timidly. Well, the part of you that finds it hard to believe is the part of you that will not have multiple lives. It's always a funny thing to point out, but when we talk about consciousness and how you're not the body, you're not the mind, often people raise the question, but I feel like the mind. Well, that's because the part of you that raised the question is the mind. So the part of you that feels like it's the mind is correct, because it is the mind. But you aren't the one typing the comment. You aren't the one thinking of the thought that was typed out as a comment. I run a very difficult show here because I'm not actually talking to anyone commenting. I'm talking to the witness behind the commenter, and that is your true self. But you bring a good point, though. Anyway. If we believe we live forever, then what would stop us from living very timidly? Fortunately, the ancient yogis, they have a great answer to that question. And their answer is to question the question. Instead of asking what's stopping us from living timidly if we live forever, why don't you ask what's stopping you from working towards a better world for everyone if you know you're going to have to live in it forever? If you know you're going to come back here, then don't you want to make the world a better place before you change bodies? And if you think of it that way, the timid life is the life that comes if it weren't that case. That if you felt you only had this life, then what's stopping you from trying to live so much for just as much pleasure as you can get hedonistically? If you only get this life to experience pleasure, then why not try to maximize that pleasure? But if you know you've got time to experience those pleasures, then you can pursue something that takes many lifetimes to achieve. You can work towards even higher goals than you would even possibly imagine within a single lifetime. And I love that perspective. Dear Billy, you share you want to make the world a better place, whether you'll be back or not. Good. As a good insurance policy. Dear Rick, you ask, where does the will to comet come from? The mind or the consciousness? That is an excellent question, Rick. I am being a little tongue-in-cheek when I say that you are not the one commenting. You do influence your actions, obviously. Otherwise, how would we really feel connected through our interactions? I find it helpful to think of it like this. The mind is just like a possibility machine. It's constantly just coming up with things to do. And the body acts on a subset of those thoughts. What thoughts it acts on is dependent on what principle you want to uphold at any time. This is a very nuanced subject. I'm going to have to pull out the blackboard before I continue. Really, this is a question about the nature of the four antahkaranas and how they interact with each other. But I promise if you make sense of just these four things, then free will makes a lot of sense and it's really not something you have to be so confused by. So, what are the four things? They're called the four antahkaranas. Antahkaranas. They mean inner faculties. We tend to group everything into the first category, which is the mind. But in ancient Indian philosophy, there's three other things going on independent from the mind. The second is the intellect. In the West, we tend to think of these things as parts of the mind, which is entirely valid, but I hope to show you why it's valuable to think of these things as separate from each other. The third thing is your sense of self. And then the fourth is the consciousness. For the purpose of this discussion, you are number 4. We all are. You are the consciousness. And each of these andhakaranas subtly directs the one before it. Consciousness directs the sense of self. The sense of self directs the intellect directs the mind, and then after that it's no longer an inner faculty. The mind directs the outer faculties of our bodies. Our free will actually takes place in between number 4 and number 3. It's very, very, very high up on the system of this. It's very, very, very high up on the system of this decisions. How your intellect makes decisions affects what thoughts are acted on in your mind. And then I think it's clear that what thoughts are acted on, the body engages in, respectively. There was a glitch. Sorry about that. I hope the connection has returned by now. Everything else besides 4 to 3 is determined almost for you. So the question was, what part of the human system is the one that types the comments here in the TikTok live? Well, the body, of course, carries out the thought. The thought to comment, of course, exists in the mind. The decision to act on that thought exists in the intellect. But the reason that intellect decided on that is due to what you chose to identify with at that moment. For example, if you choose to identify as curious, I'm sure your intellect will choose to act on the thoughts which ask questions. The ultimate free will is in one's consciousness to choose what you identify with at any moment. If you choose to identify as a mother, then of course your decisions are going to be directed towards your children, and thus your mind will reflect that, and your body carry out those decisions. If you choose to identify as a doctor, then of course your decisions will be in relation to the Hippocratic Oath, and your mind will be full of thoughts of how you can diagnose and provide treatments for others. But at every moment you get to decide, who are you? And you can be a doctor and a mother. You can be a doctor while you're at work, and a mother when you're at home. Sometimes you can be a mother at work and a doctor at home. But the whole system takes care of itself after the association or identification. Now, it's a pretty quick system, to be fair. For example, the time in between me choosing to be someone that can express itself through body language and the time my hand came up, it was almost instant. So it seems as though I was directly raising the hand like that. But it's the tight-knit nature between these four antahkaranas that makes it difficult to distinguish the flow of causality. But if you pay very close attention to how everyone operates in your life, especially yourself, you'll notice that everything comes from the sense of self. That if you ever want to change your mind, all you have to do is change your intellect. If you ever want to change your intellect, all you have to do is change your sense of self. If you think I can never be smart, well then you never will be, because you've decided that in your sense of self. If you think I can be smart, then your intellect will begin to reflect that too, in your mind, and you'll start to do smart things. Everything hinges from the point of what you choose to identify with. And so that's why the ancient people were so focused on the source of everything, on the divine. Because if you can identify with that, then your intellect becomes divinely guided, your mind becomes filled with divine thoughts, your actions become divine expression. That's why the Buddhists say that everything hinges on the nature of misunderstanding oneself. If you just understood who you truly were, everything about your life would become in order. Where would beliefs be in that system? Ask Rick. That's a great question. Where would beliefs be in that system? That would be a part of the ahankara. Oh, sorry, I didn't tell you the Sanskrit words for those. That's the sense of self. Yeah, sense of self is definitely a part of your beliefs are definitely part of your sense of self. Dear Mooney, you feel like there's something similar in psychology to this framework, that you can't quite reference what. I feel you too, dear Mooney. Yes, I'm sure you're right. There's a lot of psychological models that could be applied to this, or vice versa. I think Freud's id, ego, and superego probably are very much related, for example. Or was that Jung? Was that Jung or Freud? No, Jung had a different model. I'm pretty confident that was Freud. Thank you, NQABA, for your heart me. Om Kham Jahnavyai Namah. That was Freud. Thank you for confirming, dear E. Oh, thank you for your curiosity, dear Rick. I love this topic. I'd be happy to talk about this forever. And I love the way you put that, daydream. Isn't the beauty in finding who you are as well, in the search? Best moments, learnings, and memories. PR Girly, you had asked, how can you stop your sense of self from shifting so much? Well, it is the nature of your sense of self to evolve over time. But what you can do is keep a core set of principles that you know never change. For the yogis, there were 5. And the first of those 5 is ahimsa, least harm. That whatever we choose to do in life, whoever we are, whatever our role is, we should abide by causing the least harm. Ideally, no harm, but unfortunately, life does require us to make decisions sometimes in which one decision will still have harm, but less than another. So even if you feel like you've changed your whole life, if you've always held on to something like that, that I know that whoever I am kind, even if I don't exactly know what occupation I want, if I don't even know what gender I want to express, if I am kind, that's something I can do no matter who I am or who I want to be. If you're interested in the rest of those core principles, they're called the yamas. Y-A-M-A-S. And my name's in them. Yeah. It's actually it's the first limb of the 8 limbs of yoga. Yama yoga. I think over time they've been interpreted as a set of rules for yoga, which can absolutely be interpreted in that way. But perhaps a more powerful way of looking at Yama yoga are ways to understand the unchanging part of you. And so that if you continue to keep those things at attention in your sense of self, then everything else doesn't matter. But as long as you have these 5 principles, then you can do anything. You can change into a monkey if you want. I don't care. As long as you're a monkey that is kind, causing least harm, being truthful, etc. Good night, dear MJ. Thank you, PR Girly. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of different meanings of the word yama in Sanskrit. That's one of them. Can I repeat the 5 principles? I haven't actually said what the 5 are, but I'd be happy to go into them. They're also the rules for my Discord server. My goodness. I wanted a black board, not a green board. But that is a fun color. It's a brat board. Okay. I'm still trying to remember them all. So the first and most important yama is ahimsa, which is best translated as least harm. And again, you can interpret this list in multiple ways. The most common is as rules to live by, but I would like to posit that these are qualities of your essential self. The most important quality of your essential self is that when you are acting in your highest nature, you cause the least harm. The second most important yama is satya, which means truthfulness. Is there 1 L or 2 in truthfulness? I think there's 1. This doesn't just mean honesty, it means authenticity, vulnerability. Thank you. The third is asteya, which is pretty straightforward. It means non-stealing. In our essential nature, we don't need to take what is not ours. In other words, you are self-sustaining. Hello, dear Dean. We are talking about the 4 yamas, which is, well, I'm on the 4th now, but the 5. The yamas are a group of teachings in the first limb of yoga, called Yama Yoga, coming from Patanjali's yogic scriptures. Now, the 4th one is the most nuanced. Brahmacharya. Is there a long A in Brahmacharya? I don't think so. Not that it matters. So if I wanted to literally translate this, Brahma means ultimate. Charya means the way of. So going with the most accurate translations, this translates the way of the ultimate. What on earth does that mean? Yeah, Rhiannon already knows one translation. Non-lustfulness. The idea is we're not trying to gain anything for ourselves, but we are trying to serve the ultimate. The word, actually, you know what? I can do an even better translation for you. Because the root brahm in Sanskrit is the verb to expand. And charya is more of the path to than the way of. So I think an even better translation would be the path to charya, to expansiveness. Brahma. The idea is to not limit yourself in any dimension. This is usually brought up in the context of sexuality. It is incorrectly translated to celibacy often, but it's really about exploring all dimensions of life. And the implication being that we can get caught up in one direction and we don't ever explore another. We only expand one way. We expand deeper into sexuality, for example, but we don't expand in other dimensions of our life. I told you this was the most nuanced one. It refers to Brahman as the all-expansive one. We're trying to become a well-rounded person. We don't want to get stuck in any particular path. To be wholeness. That's great, Renan. Yeah. And finally, there is aparigraha, which is non-hoarding. If you notice, many of these are seemingly the same thing, just said in a different way, and it's ultimately true. These are just 5 different ways of expressing our role. Because true non-hoarding is true non-stealing and vice versa. And the true path to expansiveness is through truthfulness, etc. But this covers all bases, which is really great. And it has been used as a set of rules for communities in India for thousands of years. Yeah. So the idea with aparigraha, as Rhiannon shares, is don't be stingy. Don't keep things to yourself. And those are the 5 ethical rules to live by. Or as I would like to posit, did I say 4? These are the 5. And I would like to also posit that these can also be reconciled as 5 essential qualities of your true self. This discussion started from a question of how we can keep our sense of self from not changing so much. And the answer being, keep core principles like these as a part of your identity. And this serves 2 purposes. 1, if we're changing into anything that seems to contradict these, then we take a step back and we go, this is much more core to me, much more important. Secondly, it means that whatever we change into, there's always some part of our sense of self that is continuous. So we don't grieve the fact that we feel like we've lost a core part of ourself. Thank you, dear Daydream, for your 15 roses. A tiny, yippee! A finger heart, a rose, and a cap. Radhe, oh Radhe. And dear Hybrid Jen. Or did I thank you for these? I thank you twice because you deserve it. Thank you for your 15 roses and finger heart. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Muni, you ask, does measuring our actions to core principles not risk self-judgment or perfectionism? Now that is a great question. You've articulated that idea very well. What matters most is not that we live exactly according to these, but that we're always trying to embody them better. And guess what? Being able to forgive yourself, being able to work on the process, to recognize where you're at, is part of living according to these principles. That if you try to be someone you're not, well then you're violating satya, truthfulness. If your truth is that you're not perfect, then to allow yourself to be imperfect is to live in accordance to satya. Also, if you're so hard on yourself to achieve, then that may be violating the first one, ahimsa, the least harm, because that includes to your body your mind too. All of these should apply to how you treat yourself also. And perfectionism and self-judgment, just as it would apply to others in violation of these principles, applies to ourselves also. Ahimsa, including yourself, didn't cross your mind. That is a great lesson that you've allowed us to cover them. It's the same reason why when you're on an airplane, they tell you to put on your oxygen mask first, because you'll be more able to help others. You might be able to help put on the person to your left and the person to your right, but if you don't put on yours, then your children might not have someone to come home to, and that would be taking away from their life too. That's a pretty extreme example, but you can see how it extends not just through yourself, but to others through yourself. That if you take away from your own ability to help others by giving yourself some impediment, then you're also taking away from others too. So sometimes the best thing you can do for others is to make sure that you will be there to be taking care of others. We give from the overflow. Exactly, dear Oriana. Dear Mooney, you're a recovering people pleaser. What can you say? Well, people pleasing sometimes violates not just ahimsa for yourself, but asteya, non-stealing, because we can take away other people's independence. Some people need to go through certain challenges themselves in order to grow, and so taking away those challenges can sometimes be realized as a fault of asteya. So sometimes the best thing you can do is make sure that instead of removing other people's problems, that you give them the tools to solve them themselves. So you're simultaneously making sure that they're not going to suffer, as well as not taking away from their ability to get the tools they need. Not hoarding those tools yourself, also aparigraha. Anyway, this list is obviously very helpful and has been used for thousands of years. Hello, dear Alex. Well, the wonderful thing about Buddhism is that it gives you the freedom to return whenever you want. The Buddha is not going to judge you. That's wonderful, dear Moni. You came across that concept a few years ago, which snapped you out of it. People are entitled to their feelings and autonomy. You call it Muni's theory of friendship. I love that. Well, if you give me permission, I'd love to also call it Muni's theory of friendship. Thank you, dear Marcy, for your heart me and rose. Namah Parashakdaye. You know what that means, Marcy? I know you've been learning Sanskrit a little bit. This is a test for you. Dear Alex, you share, you didn't realize how much it meant to you. Well, you know, it's beautiful that you have come to the realization of how much it means to you. That's very much a good thing. Sometimes we have to have space from the things that we take for granted. Dear Tattvamasi, you share on behalf of E and you. The seeker is a limitation of the self, trying to look at itself. Yeah? There are two ways in which we can understand this. One way is a limitation indeed. The other is an endless possibility. It just depends if we're process-oriented or result-oriented. If you're a result-oriented seeker, then yeah, you're unnecessarily putting yourself as something separate from your goal, because you'll never find the thing that you're looking for as an object of your seeking, when ultimately what you are after is the subject of the seeking itself. But that's only a problem if what you're looking for is something that you suffer from if you don't already have it now. But if you become a process-oriented seeker, then you enjoy the infinite search, the infinite discovery. In both cases, you never reach the goal. But in the second case, you enjoy the fact that there's an endless rabbit hole. Because it's still a learning experience even before you get to the self. You continue to learn more about yourself in the seeking. Does that make sense? I think I could continue, but maybe that's enough. We limit ourselves from feeling fulfilled if we feel like we have to reach our destination. But if we identify as the seeker, that our true self is the one looking, then the true self is the one looking. I'm saying the same thing twice. If the seeker is the sought, then what you've been seeking after is the one who is seeking. So if you give up seeking, then you're no longer that which you're looking for. Because remember, it's the seeker that is sought, not the one who is not seeking that is sought. Hello, NM. November is over. Am I in overtime? That's hilarious. I am in overtime. Mooney, exactly. It's like if you're trying to love yourself, you already love yourself because you are trying. Exactly. If you're searching for yourself, and you've already found yourself in the searching, because the true master is always a student. The true destination is the journey. Alright, dear Marcy. It glitched. You didn't hear anything? Oh, I did a mantra for you, and I was testing your knowledge. But let me see what you wrote. Oh, I see you were having a wonderful conversation with dear Mooney. The mantra was Om Namah Parashaktaye. We can call that Yam's theory of self, shares Mooney. Well, I have to confess that I'm not the first one to come up with this. There's probably no end to what you can find, shares Tattvamasi. Tadastu. I'm really happy with the things I've been saying have been making sense. That's a miracle. A miracle I will not take for granted, because it's not everything I say that makes sense. Well said, dear Pierre Gurley. But you are sharing and not hoarding the theory. That means it's all of our theory of self then. I like that, Jazz. You don't know where you are until you look back from where you came. It's so good. It's so true. So simple. And so useful. And the compliment of that is you don't know what you have to achieve until you realize you're not there yet. Dear Marcy, you keep hearing about some Sanskrit test, but the question isn't coming through. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll just tell you what the Sanskrit means. Om is the cosmic syllable, the pranav. Enough said. Is a cosmic syllable for the divine feminine, specifically Parashakti, the highest form of the divine feminine, which represents the primordial power. So Om Namah Parashaktaye means Om salutations to the divine feminine in her primordial power. Billy, you share you don't really know your true potential unless you strive past it. I like that too, dear Billy. And what is that primordial power of the divine feminine? Exactly what we were talking about exists between the consciousness and the sense of self. Saṅgha, association. To choose what you see in yourself. That is the highest power of the feminine. That we are engaging in our most divine feminine when we are actively choosing what we see in ourselves. For instance, as compared to what other people choose to see in us. Now, dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your septative team cheers. Dear I'm Cartoon, you ask, how can you stop drinking? The fact that you're already at a position where you can ask that question is so much of the battle done with. There's a big journey forward, but you can be proud of yourself for the fact that you're ready to ask that question. Many people never get to that place, and you are very blessed to be able to share that vulnerability here, and that's not something I hope to ever take for granted. I really want to empower that leap, but I also don't want to go on for this point for too longer because I want to also answer your question. But yeah. After that step, recognizing that you have the potential for something else in this life. Break it down into small, easy steps. You see what's waiting for you at the top of the mountain. Never keep that out of your gaze. Whatever that means for you, it's very different for everyone. Maybe that means being a sober father. Maybe that means being, a sober lover for all the animals in your life. I don't care what the version of it yourself is that can only be filled by your sobriety. But keep that in mind. What is it that you want to be? What version of yourself that can't possibly be? Keep that in mind. And then, just like solving a maze backwards, take yourself step by step until you get to the next thing for you now. Even a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So too, journey of sobriety begins with putting down our last bottle. You are meant to be so much more than what you are now. And even what you are now is so important. And you have come so far, but your journey isn't over yet. To really break free of the cycle of addiction, you have to understand what in the first place this is masking for us. Because ethanol, the primary component of alcoholic drinks, is a depressant. What it does is it makes our faculties shut down. So what is it that we're shutting down from? What is it that we find relief in avoiding? I find that most alcoholics are the most beautiful minds, because their mind is so powerful that they don't know how to wield that, and they end up hurting themselves. Namaste, dear Artem. I certainly didn't expect your presence here, but thank you for being here. Yeah. Pain. It's always pain. Much love. So, to go off of what dear Artem shared, what is it in your life that's causing that pain? And can you find bravery to face it rather than try to suppress it? It's going to be different for everyone, so I can't tell you what it is. I know for many people it's something that happened to them in the past. A trauma, for example, maybe in childhood. Maybe it's more recent. I can't know for certain, but you can. It's really a matter of sacrificing short-term comfort for long-term satisfaction in life. If you become sober, you will absolutely have long-term satisfaction and fulfillment in life waiting for you. Without a doubt. Because there are only two ways of living if you think of it like this. You can either try to seek temporary relief now or fulfillment in the long run. And it's a sacrifice we always make in each decision. Or what we moving towards a possibility that can last a lifetime, or just some temporary freedom from something in our past. All this is to say that it is going to be difficult at first, because you will be face to face with that pain. And every part of your being is going to tell you to pick up the drink again. You just have to be patient, because that pain will pass. The pain is also temporary. But what you are aiming for is permanent. Dear Muni, you ask, can alcohol affect the consciousness? How we colloquially understand the word consciousness as in relation to the mind, yes, the alcohol absolutely affects the mind. But the consciousness, capital C, is not something that can be affected. So no matter what happens to the consciousness remains the same. And maybe that's helpful to remember as we attend to our body and mind. The mind, absolutely. In fact, it's more so the intellect. Of the four andhakaranas that we were talking about earlier, it's our decision-making faculty that's most affected by alcohol. And I think we all know examples in our own life. I can certainly point to many in which I've made some terrible decisions while under the influence of alcohol. So to make it easier on yourself when you are face to face with that pain, make sure you have a really loving environment. That makes it all easier. It will be uncomfortable, but there are ways of minimizing that discomfort. One of the most important things you can do is have people that support you around you. It's going to be a lot more difficult when you go through it alone than if you have someone with you. That means surrounding yourself with people that don't judge you or stigmatize the addiction as if it's your fault. You really have to forgive yourself. Another thing that's really helpful is understand that there's more than just your own effort involved in sobriety. You don't have to be religious, but if you believe in something bigger than your limited self, if you feel a part of something very large and you can draw from that and feel like it's not just your own effort at the level of the individual, at the level of the person, then it's not so big of a burden to carry. Thank you, dear Shaina, for your trio of roses. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Sorry, I haven't read your last message, dear. I'm Khartoum. You share, you drink when you're happy, you drink when you're sad. Every morning you wake up not wanting to drink again. Understandable. At 3:45 p.m. you have massive cravings and give in. Well, it's really good that you're aware of that. That's always the first step, indeed. And I don't mean to question your happiness, but are we truly happy if we're trying to get something external from ourselves in order to maintain that happiness? If our happiness is truly self-created, then why would we reach for anything outside of ourself? Hello, dear Greg. Mind you, I know you do have wonderful moments, and even in wonderful moments, the body is still going to go through withdrawal, going to experience cravings. And so that is different. Thank you, dear Artem. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. We have a wonderful system. This human system, its ability to find fulfillment is truly miraculous. We don't have to rely on any external substance in order for it to be fulfilled. If you continue to put trust in what's inside, it will continue to be more trustable and less dependent. But the first few days are always going to be the hardest. And on average, it gets easier day by day. But it's possible. My grandfather was an alcoholic for decades. But he also lived a very long life. And by the end of his life, he also had his multi-decade sobriety token from Alcoholics Anonymous. It's truly possible, but it's also truly difficult. You have to want it more than you want the temporary relief that the substance provides. Dear Rick, you share you stopped drinking because your body wouldn't accept it anymore. It wasn't a struggle for you, but you hope everyone having a problem can overcome it. That's true. I shouldn't say it will be hard. I only don't mean to dismiss any potential struggle. But yeah, it could very well be the case that being sober is just a lot easier than continuing. That starting to be sober is just easier for you than continuing to be an alcoholic. Actually, that was the case not with alcohol for me, but with my nicotine addiction. I used to vape a lot. And it was almost like a miracle for me. Some people say that nicotine addictions can be comparable to amphetamine addictions, or other classes of, really intense hard drugs. And I had vaped since I was a teenager. I started when I was way too young. But yeah, that was one of those things where for me, it was much easier to stop. What ended up happening for me was that I got really sick. Not sickness from a disease, but anxiety sick. And that I had about 2 weeks of my life that were extremely miserable, because I had an existential crisis that wouldn't go away, and my body felt it very physically, and I'd be throwing up and going without sleep. At that time too, also, my body just rejected any nicotine, because the vaping would just make me even more anxious and I'd throw up. And so at the end of those 2 weeks, I never touched it again, which I'm very grateful for. So yeah, it can absolutely be the case where your body decides for you. It's time. By the way, what helped me through those 2 weeks was chanting. If there's any part that I can point to which got me through those 2 weeks, it was chanting. There's a journal I have. I wrote down everything that I did that day for those 2 weeks. It was one of the things I did to help my anxiety. And every single time I made a breakthrough, I attributed it to chanting. And so that those journal entries are really a tribute to the power of mantra. If you find mantra helpful for you, if you're willing to try anything, try it. Welcome, dear Andre. I'm sorry to hear this. Yeah, alcoholism is definitely a disease that takes away loved ones from us, and us from loved ones. Unfortunately, in the Irish side of my family, drinking is a really big part of the Irish culture, and I know of many stories of alcoholism in my life, and I've seen it directly. It is so difficult at times to separate the disease from the person, because the person never chooses to be an addict. But at the least we can empathize that they are struggling. But it's still up to them to take the accountability, to take the next step. Thank you, dear Michelle. But I really don't feel like it was me that quit vaping. I feel like it was vaping that quit me. Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for your pair of roses. Om Bram Hanumate Namah. And dear Gina, thank you for your trio of fast bursts and TikTok. Om Bram Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. One of the most powerful pieces of advice ever given on addictions is that don't worry about quitting. Just control it rather than have it control you. Don't think in terms of the rest of your life. Think in terms of moments by moments. Just in this moment, are you going to let it control you, or are you going to control it? Because remember, all you have to live for is now. Everything you need is here. Everything there is to interact with is here. All you have to do is get through this moment. So don't think about a choice that's going to have to hold true for today and tomorrow and the next and the week and the month and the year and the decade and the lifetime. Don't worry about even making that decision 5 seconds from now. Just being conscious of making that decision in this moment, and you get to remake that decision every moment. There's a story of the clock that I always tell. I have to tell it again. There was this great clockmaker who was so good at making clocks, you could say he breathed life into his creations. So one day, while putting in the final cog in this new clock he was working on, the clock let out a big sigh. The clockmaker said, "Mr. Clock, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I heard you sigh. Is that right?" The clock answered, "I'm sorry, clockmaker. It's just that you've made me so well. I know that for years and years, I'm gonna have to go tick-tock, 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 and I'm already exhausted just by thinking about it." Appropriate for the platform we're streaming on now. The clockmaker said, "But Mr. Clock, you don't have to keep track of the time tomorrow. You don't have to keep track of the time a year from now. All you have to do is keep track of the time now. Just one tick, one tock at a time." And after the clockmaker said that, he heard a different sigh. But this time, instead of a sigh of exhaustion, it was a sigh of relief. And that's the end of the story. Our tick and our talk can be the inhale and exhale. Whenever I'm going through a hard moment, I always think about if I can just make it to my next breath. Because sometimes a moment can feel like a lifetime. If I can just make it from my exhale to my inhale, and from my inhale to my exhale. That's all I have to get to. You know, like when you were running as a kid and you're thinking, I don't know if I can make it any longer. But then you're thinking, oh, if I can just run until I get to that car. And then you get to the car and you go, okay, if I can just run until I get to that telephone post. All right. And if I can just run until I get to that fire hydrant. Okay. But if you started with a higher hydrant, what did I just say? Higher hydrant. It's a spoonerism. If you started with the fire hydrant, you wouldn't even make it to the car. There's another story in Buddhism of the Buddha taking a student with him to this one town. And the Buddha had shared where he was going, and the student said that I really need to get there too, but I fear it's much too far away, and that in my age I won't be able to make it that destination. The Buddha said, no problem. It's only 2 miles away. Now, this surprised the man, because his whole life he thought it was 10 miles away. 2 miles he thought he could do. So he walked for 2 miles, and then he reached the second town. But this wasn't the town. The man asked the Buddha, is this our destination? He said, oh no. Our town is only 2 miles away. Okay. I can walk 2 miles, the man said. They made it to the third town, but it wasn't the destination. The man asked, is this the town? The Buddha said, oh no, but it's only 2 miles away. So they kept going, and they kept going, and it went like this. By the time they had traveled 10 miles, they had finally reached the destination. The man was relieved, but he asked the Buddha, why did you tell me it was only 2 miles away? The Buddha responded back with a question. If I had told you it was 10 miles, would you be here right now? I think I might have adapted that story. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think it was the Buddha who said it was 2 miles each time. It was someone they met in the village. That every time they met someone in the village person would say, oh yeah, I know where you're going. It's only 2 miles that way. If it was the Buddha saying it the same time, or Buddha saying the same thing each time, I think the man would give up on the Buddha after the second town. To fill in that plot hole. I like that, Billy. Thank you. That's a very high title. I hope to live up to that. The ultimate in authentic validation. Dear Mooney, you managed to climb UK's tallest mountain because you had zero concept of where the top was. Exactly. Dear Dear Jinpachi, you're wondering, where did I get that story from? I heard it on YouTube once. I watch a lot of YouTube. Over the years, I've listened to many stories. I'm afraid I'm not sure if I would be able to tell you exactly the YouTube video where that story is. But if you gave me some time, I think I could find it for you. I'm doing well, dear Lorem. How are you? And how is Mrs. Ipsum? Or Mr. Ipsum? Sometimes we have to adjust our perception to push ourselves to achieve. Well, aptly said, PR girly. How are you going to get that PR? Especially if your personal trainer doesn't go, actually, you have another 5 reps. Just as you got to the end of the set. You say, no, I've done 10. They say, no, actually, you counted wrong. It was only 5. You have 5 more to go. And then you do the extra 5. And then they go, alright, 3 more. You're almost done. You go, 3? I just did 5. Nope, you only did 2. You counted wrong. I'm sure people in the military can also relate. Anyone who's done service and has had a drill sergeant probably. Mm-hmm. It's like positive gaslighting. Nope, you didn't do that thing that's going to improve your health. You got to do it more. I like how we had the same idea, Mooney. Alright, dear Werner, you have a thought. What if soul and body have both an individual consciousness, and we are the merger of those separate states? Yes. In the way that I assume you're using the word consciousness as having identity, a unique identity, then yes, absolutely. In fact, what you speak of is precisely the unity of Prakriti and Purusha. That's a mouthful. Prakriti means Mother Nature. It includes our body, includes our mind. Purusha means Father Consciousness. That is the soul in this context. The union of Prakriti and Purusha is precisely who we are. Purusha cannot exist without Purusha cannot exist without nature. Prakriti cannot exist without consciousness. Consciousness without nature, including a body, would be nothing. Because there'd be nothing to see, nothing to hear, nothing to smell, nothing to taste, nothing to think about, no story to experience, no change, no journey, no purpose to be discovered, no meaning to create. Similarly, Prakriti without Purusha, it would just be a world of philosophical zombies. We'd have nature, but no consciousness in that nature. Just mechanical robots. Or biological robots, I should say. Mechanical happenings, but no storyteller. 'Teller. So yes, at one level we are body in our nature. At another level we are consciousness, Purusha. But it is the union of both that we are human beings. Dear Muni, you share, you understand and can interact with everything you've discussed today, but you don't know how to have it soak in deeply. Apply it. I have good news, dear Muni. I think I know the solution to your conundrum. That's very funny, Werner. Yes. Protein robots, I like that. Bryces, or Bryces. You can tell me how to pronounce her name. Am I an actor from Gossip Girl? Well, I am flattered. I am not as talented as the actors and actresses in Gossip Girl, but I thank you for that association. What you described, dear Muni, is precisely what's in between the three levels of Vedantic understanding. Here, the blackboard's going up. Woohoo! Three levels of understanding. 1, 2, 3. First thing that needs to happen in order to understand something is called Shravana. Shravana. What does that mean? It means listening. If you don't hear about something, how can you possibly understand it? Not a trick question. More of a rhetorical question. It's obvious. Second part, though, is that to really understand something, we have to engage in manana. 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 What is manana? Well, it literally translates to debating. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have an argument. It means that you really work on trying to reconcile how what you've heard fits into your reality. You have to kind of fight with new pieces of information. This is true, that whenever we're taught something new, beyond memorizing that knowledge, we have to kind of fight with the idea that our experience has to accommodate something new. So yes, exactly. You've been questioning these concepts. That's exactly what it is. But the third, that is the trickiest part. That's nididhyasana. Nididhyasana it translates literally to something not that helpful. In my opinion, it translates literally to sitting with that knowledge. But to me, that translation is already included in manana. So to really give you an interpretation of nididhyasana that's beyond sitting with the knowledge, which you have presumably already done in manana, is is to act. And act is a great word because it can literally mean the performance of an action, but it can also mean in pretend of the performance of the action. Speaking of actors and actresses. In other words, fake it till you make it, but in the spiritual sense. Your ADHD makes it difficult to act on knowledge because you either forget or move on really quickly. Indeed. So maybe we should add another step in between 2 and 3 then, which is to remember it, to keep it in your mind. That's important too. But what the word choice that you chose to have it sink in deeper really resonates with me, because that's exactly how I felt about many of these things too. That if only it sunk in a little deeper, then my life would start to reflect it. But the point I want to make is that at some point we have to realize it will never sink in deeply. Actually, it sinks in deeply the more we engage with it. It becomes easier to remember once we start incorporating it. So the next step is to live in accordance to these truths. And every time we do so, it gets easier from there. It's funny because it sounds like an absence of an answer, but really it's exactly the nature of how to do what you want to do is just to begin doing it. You have everything you need. It's only just a matter of doing it. It sounds so unhelpful now that I say it out loud, but we've heard it before from everyone else in our life, I'm sure. That if we want that connection to be there in our brain, we have to start pursuing that connection already. And every time we pursue it with neuroplasticity, the connection gets strengthened. Anyway, but there's more than just that theoretical understanding. The missing link for me was that I was waiting for something to click, and then I would see myself almost automatically start engaging. That was the idea anyway. But then something changed when I started basing my actions even in an incomplete understanding. And that's when I started to recognize that to have a complete understanding, you just have to begin by basing your actions in what you know thus far. You already know that you're not the body, not the mind. So the next time that you are faced with a decision to make, can you remember that and ask yourself, even if I don't fully understand what it means to be beyond the body and mind, what would someone in my position do when making this decision if they did understand that they're not the body, not the mind? And notice that by phrasing it like that, you give yourself the ability to act from that place, even if you have yet to fully arrive there. Because you know what it would look like, so we can make our actions reflect that vision. And then the miracle happens. Once we act according to that vision, we see the results for perhaps the first time that, oh my goodness, the way I've been living before, it's been a gamble, whether the outcome that I foresee will happen or not. But if you engage in those actions based on those principles, then you see, wow, you see it in your actions, you see it in the results of your actions, that this must be true. You gain a practical experience of that truth because you see for yourself that when you act accordingly, that you get results that could never have come otherwise. So instead of waiting for that missing link between your having a full understanding and having actions that reflect it, it's the other way around. That your actions themselves are the missing link between where you are now and a full understanding. The last pieces of the puzzle are waiting for you after we change our actions. And then it all makes sense. What? Asks Myrna. Let me rephrase that. Just in another way. Suppose you want to go to a bank and you want to deposit your money. Let's say you want to deposit $100. You want to tell the bank account teller that you're only going to give this money after they see the number in their bank account go up. Oh, you're just asking why I'm still here, dear Myrna. Yeah, I'm a little late. I've been inspired for a longer life tonight. But back to the thought experiment. Suppose you said, I'm only going to hand this $100 bill to you, the bank teller, if I see that my bank account balance goes up first. The moment I see my bank account balance increase by $100, then I'll give you $100 and you can put it in the vault. No bank teller in their right mind would ever agree to those terms because it's simply not how banking works. That you have to surrender the $100 and then the money in your bank account goes up. And it's the same way with the highest truths of life. That we have to surrender our actions to them. And then we receive the results of them. That we can't say to the universe that I'm going to wait until you make me feel like I'm one with everything before I start serving others. That's just like the bank account situation. You can say to God or the universe or whoever you want to believe in that I'm going to wait until you bestow me the understanding that I'm one with everything. And then I promise that I will go out helping everyone. Just like the bank account teller. The universe says that's not how it works. You have to start helping others, serving others, and that is precisely what will give you the realization that you are one with everyone else. Thank you, dear Ragnhildur, for the butterfly for you. Namo Dakshinamurtaye. Thank you, Ghosty. Dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for your hanging lights. Om Ham Jom Saha Namah Shivaya. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your tiny yippee and septet finger hearts. Om Brahm Bharvaya Namo Namaha. So just walk the talk, shares Usha Priyaji. Yes, it is that simple, really. Mooney, you feel lazy now. You have multiple lives to do it all, so you'll consider it tomorrow. Well, there's many things for us to work on. Don't get overwhelmed by all of that all at once. Just like the clock ticking in our story several minutes ago. All you have to ever do is work on one thing at a time. Maybe you think of it in terms of a day-by-day basis. Today, maybe you work on your compassion for others, doing random acts of kindness. And the next day you work on your patience, on listening without judging others. And the next day you work on something else, etc. Just one thing at a time. Now, speaking of Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana, I would like to transition now into our final portion of our live stream dedicated to Nididhyasana, since we've been going for 6.5 hours now. And dear Werner, you ask if I have any advice for achieving astral travels. I would recommend learning how to lucid dream. If you can learn how to bring your consciousness into dream, that's all it takes. In fact, all astral travel really is just conscious dreaming. But that's not to take meaning away from it, because the astral world is just the secret name for the dream world. Just like how Jung studied the fact that there are things that we collectively contain in our subconscious or unconscious. If you explore that world, you are exploring a very meaningful and real part of this existence. Just not the world of the physical, the world of the subtle. Ah, dear G, you're still awake? My goodness. I was hoping, I was crossing my fingers you were eeping. Let's transition scenes now. Oh, you dozed off with headphones on. Well, good morning. Good morning. We have taken the bus. A bus with 10 things wrong with the engine, it sounds like. That's not what you want an engine to sound like. Imagine going to a mechanic. They ask you what's wrong. You say, well, it's making a sound. They ask you what kind of sound, and you say, wow, woo. Mind you, a really good mechanic will listen to that and go, oh yeah, that's the sound that your car makes when you're out of blinker fluid. Right, it's the Oompa Loompa sound. messed up your sleeping schedule, dear Michelle. I take responsibility for that. I am not doing good for your sleep schedule. Let's end with a nice meditation. It's been so long I forgot what the meditation was. I'm scared. Oh, that's right. It's a guided meditation to appreciate the personality of the universe. Breathe deeply. Fill yourself with that joy. Breathe out any energy that this body, this mind does not need at this moment. Breathe with me for a few moments. And just that way. Breathe in joy. Joy, 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 joy. Breathe out excess energy. Excess energy, excess energy, excess energy. Joy, 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 joy. Excess energy, excess energy, excess energy, excess energy. Oh, Mother Earth, I give back to you all energy that you have graciously given me. But now I give back to you to make something new out of it. Isn't it lovely? Just by repeating the right words, you can induce the meaning. Relaxation, self-forgiveness, acceptance, validation, love, peace. Isn't it lovely how personal the universe is? We all have our own intimate connection with it. The universe has a sense of humor, doesn't it? Sometimes it feels like the universe is laughing at us. One time, I no longer eat chicken, but one time I was making myself butter chicken and rice, and it took a long time, and I was so ready to eat the butter chicken and rice. I was walking into my room to be able to eat it, and then I tripped on nothing, and then in slow motion, butter chicken and rice flew into the air, and as it flew into the air, I was like a ballerina spinning around, trying to grab it, and all I was doing was really just giving it even more momentum to splatter all over my walls, onto my computer monitor, all over my desk, under my desk. I no longer live there, but I'm sure my landlord continues to find grains of rice in places he would never expect or imagine. Times like those, I feel like the universe is absolutely killing itself laughing. Completely, hysterically, just in utter enjoyment of the fact that instead of butter chicken and rice in my tummy, it's in the carpet, on the walls, even on the ceiling, on my computer monitor, in between keys of my keyboard. Yeah. Sometimes you can't find something, and you could have sworn that it was on your bedside table. And so you look on your bedside table, it's not there. You look around your entire house, you can't find it. You start looking in places you wouldn't even conceive of putting that thing. You know, you're looking for your earplugs, and now you're looking in the ice tray in your freezer. You're looking under the mat in front of your front door. You're checking the mayonnaise container. You are individually pulling apart different plies of toilet paper to see if they're somehow stuck in between. And then when someone comes home to your house, they ask what you're so riled up about, and you say, I can't find my damn earplugs. And they ask, have you checked your bedside table? And you're about to evaporate. And you say, of course, I've checked my bedside table. Why do you think I'm halfway inside the laundry machine if I haven't checked my bedside table? And so your friend goes into your room and they go, yep, it's right there on your bedside table. And you come in and he's right. It was literally on your bedside table. You just didn't see it the first time. Sometimes we have dreams. In our dreams, the most ridiculous things happen. I once had a dream that there was a magician, and he was laying in bed next to me, and I was just awakening, and I said, what are you doing here? Who are you? How are you in my house? He said, I'm a magician. He said, I want to show you some magic tricks. I said, okay. And so we started doing some magic tricks. One of the magic tricks involved turning his hands into sparkles, purple sparkles. Looked like his hands were covered in whatever comes out of a unicorn if they sneeze. Anyway, I woke up and I was with a friend, for real that time, and she asked if I wanted to go to the mall with her and her friend. I agreed. For some reason, girls love to go to the soap store, and if you're a fellow guy like me, you might have no idea how long you can spend in a soap store. That was the main thing we did that day, is go through every single kind of soap there was in a soap store. It's the little things in life. By the 100th kind of soap that was on my hands, I wasn't even looking anymore. They were just like, try this, try that. But when I was finished the experience, I looked down at my hands and they were covered in purple sparkles, just like the magician. Just like the magician. And anthropomorphize the universe. The universe universalizes us. That our sense of humor ultimately comes from that which we belong to. Our kindness, all of our interests, all of our love, all of our patience, all of our aspirations, all of our compassion, all of it comes from the universe. And we are merely experiencing ourselves as that universe, expressed through these human bodies. But we are mere antennae, picking up the radio signals of the universe, being the actors and actresses of this cosmic play. Sometimes we feel like we're all alone in the universe, and that everything around us is inert, inanimate, and has no life of its own. But we knew better than that. As children, we knew that the universe isn't a gift to us. We are a gift to the universe because we get to tell its story. It is not merely the object of our life, it is the subject. I think it's time to appreciate the personality of the universe. And what's so wonderful about it is that it's infinite. And the reason why all of us exist with such unique personalities is because the infinite, by definition, is that which can never be known all at once in full. So it makes use of infinitely many personalities like us to be able to express all of its traits one by one. That universe is so infinite, so great, that it could never be anything in particular. Just like us. all different pieces of an infinite personality. Our diversity is the secret to our unity. So if you ever feel lost, different from others, because you're meant to be, baby. You're meant to be unique. You're meant to be something new. Something discovering just another way to embody the divine personalities of the universe. You're allowed to not know who you are, because who you are is not anything in particular, but many things. And you have all the time in the world to explore that infinite self and how to express it. You feel like your personality is changing. That's because you're the universe, baby. And the one thing I know about the universe is that it loves to change. Loves to discover something more, something new, something you never thought of before. And in all your wandering and stumbling, that's all you've been doing, is correctly and perfectly in being the universe. You are exactly where you're meant to be, and you always will be. Breathe in joy. Breathe out excess energy. That concludes the meditation for our Saṅgha tonight, and our Saṅgha as a whole, in this live stream at least. Thank you, Usha Priyaji, for your 6x6 square of roses. Radhe, Radhe. I'm glad you liked my butter chicken and rice story. As I always say, if you're not laughing while meditating or crying, are you really meditating? know that if you want to continue exploring the community we have in this space, it doesn't just end with our live streams, but there's also my new Discord server that I've put in the link tree in my bio. You'll see a Discord icon. I guess that's not that helpful if you don't know what a Discord icon looks like. Anyway, Discord is a social media platform that's basically a set of structured chat rooms. It's a really nice way to create a virtual space where it's not just a big group chat, but there's a place for you to learn about new things, a place for you to talk specifically about the nature of love, about the nature of a specific religion, about the nature of ancient language. There's all sorts of different kinds of chat rooms specifically tailored to all the different concepts that we go through here. There's a lot more that you can do. There's also voice chats, and there's forums for you to ask questions and get answers from each other. And there's all sorts of different kinds of bots that you can add that make the space lively. I've recently discovered how to make my own using computer programming. And I've programmed a computer assistant named Mataji, who hopefully, crossed my fingers, has been running for the time that I was live. I'm not sure if she crashed or my computer turned off or anything, but she's a wise virtual assistant that can answer a lot of questions pertaining to almost every spiritual tradition that you could name of. The symbol for Discord looks like a video game controller. If you're in the link tree in my bio, you know, it has the two handles, and it looks like a face as well. Also, all of these lives are uploaded to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, and I cut out the meditations, the show and tells, the readings, and also upload them separately in addition to the whole live in their own dedicated playlists. Mataji is still working, shares G. Awesome. That's wonderful. Which channel is about love specifically, dear G? The channel called I Love This. But every channel is about love. Because you can't have any connection without love. Anyway, the point is not to create anything exclusive, as if you're going to miss out on anything. If you already have a space that fulfills that for you, that's perfect. And I love that for you. One thing I wanted to mention on behalf of the community we have here is I hope that you become members of many communities. I'd like for everyone to be a joy, not just in the space that I have here, but in many spaces around the internet and the world. So please always come and go freely, and share the love everywhere in life. Well, good morning, dear. Oh, you've got a thorn in your name. Guthni. Guthni. Maybe you can tell me how I can pronounce it better. But good morning to you and everyone in Denmark. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to everyone. Allow me to dedicate this live to the divine within you. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Mritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Ooh, my favorite part, I get to solve a puzzle to prove that this is live. They should make these puzzles harder. It's only one piece. I've been doing 4-piece puzzles ever since I was in preschool. I said it perfect, dear Guthni. That is a miracle then. Now I'll bid you all adieu, but thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. And if there's any way in which I can make this space more inclusive for you next time, please hold me accountable to that so I can be a more humble host for you next time. And dear, taking it so long, you ask what kind of music do I like? My favorite music is the music that I get to experience by listening to your story. As listening to you and learning from you is the most harmonizing experience I can think of. Good night, dear Lisa. That's a 7-hour live stream. Wow, it didn't feel like that. It felt like 7 minutes. I just got out of bed. Now it's midnight. Mashallah. Alright. May you have a wonderful rest of your present moment.